I was on a bone quest to find... to kill dragons or something. I'm being evil. I know that. But see, like, I got my kids back. I got them back. Very excited. I was like, I don't like not having my kids here. I don't know. Oh, let me look at my diary. Oh. I don't remember that one. Help Bud meet 6 wisdoms. Yes, I also helped Bud meet some wisdoms. 2. So I have 4 left. I don't remember where all the wisdoms are though. So we're just gonna kill dragons. This game is loud, so I gotta balance the audio. Come on. Also, there's like a really in-depth, like, crafting and armor and weapon enhancing part in the in this game, but they don't. They just like tell you, yeah, here you can do this, and then they're like, good luck. And there's a whole thing to it that you pretty much have to look up if you want to do it properly. But the food here are ingredients you can use too, so. I mean, I just combined seeds and they just, yeah, I didn't choose to do it, that's just what happened. I'll give him a crooked seed and a flat seed. I'll give you a flat and long seed. There you go. Yes. I think I'm tired today. Maybe. I hate to sting. Is that just a bird? Yes, it is. Okay. How are you? I am ready to hunt some dragons. No, I am ready. Sorry. Let's go. You're cold and sleepy? I'm warm and sleepy. Oh my god, sorry. Blech. I need to take pictures of this finished commission. I keep forgetting to do that. White Forest is the newest thing. I'm gonna go here real quick. You have rainy weather? I like rainy weather. Alright, is there anything else here? Oh, I can buy seeds! Oh my gosh. Your friend's got a garlic bread Udi for Christmas and you don't know how to feel about it? Yeah, Obviously, I got gifted an Udi in exchange for wearing it on stream for a while. And they're like, just pick from anyone we had in stock. And I was like, okay. And there's like unicorn ones and like otter ones. And I was just like, I don't know. And I was like, where are the plain colors? And like they had a black one, but it was out of stock. And I was like, okay. I was like, it's either navy or we're doing like this marble green thing. And I like the marble green thing. It kind of feels like it's almost more bluish. And I feel like I'm wearing a cloud. So it's nice. Oops. Something else in this area? Yes, they sent it to me to basically show it off to you guys. And it's really nice if you're somewhere where it's cold. Oh my god, sorry, I keep yawning. Bland colors aren't more planes, just white with some decals. I don't know. I just know like the Udi had a bunch of designs on them and I was like, I'm not wearing any of these. Please give me just normal color, please. Also, how you doing, Bokumoko-san? Airplane colors. Ah, I gotcha. Yes, most planes are kind of grayish. That's about it. This is the territory of the Vadis, the White Dragon. There's something in the forest that throws off my senses. What do you mean? Vadis does not want to be found, but find her we will. You take the lead. I will concentrate on sniffing out her trail. If we both focus on our tasks, we will track her down. It's because we're going to murder her. Onward. I'm sorry. Maybe he is sniffing her. I don't know. He's all up in these dragons' businesses trying to kill them, and I'm held hostage. I don't like it. Alright? It's rude. You'd pick a bright green one? They'd probably have a bright green one. You get cold at night and you wake up with a raspy throat. Do you have a fan on you? Also, do I have encounters off? I do. Yeah, you can smell the whole forest anyway. Look, I don't know. I don't like this guy. Alright? Yes, her scent is stronger in this direction. Gross. Just inhale the cold air all night? I could put a fan on me. Is there a garlic bread one? And honestly, if the option was available, I probably would have gotten the black one. But I like this. It's green. It's comfy. Left. No. I wonder what the XP's like. I'm not hitting him at all. Strong fan, heavy blankets. That's what I do. I have a fan on, there's two fans actually. And then I have three blankets on me. One's like a thin cotton one is it's like a big sandwich. The middle one is a weighted blanket, and then the top one's a flannel blanket. And then if I get extra cold, I just grab the rest of the blankets that are near me. I don't know. A monster egg? No. How do I... Ah. I don't know what kind of... Do you want a bird meat? Go that way. Do you not like the bird meat, bitch? It's a beast egg. So different. Goodbye, bro egg. You live in St. Louis, Missouri. It is 30 degrees one day and then 70 next. Just like Connecticut is. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I know. I was never using the rabbi. I'm setting him free. Goodbye. Also, his name was Bro Egg, and I was like, yeah, I don't need anyone named Bro Egg. I am fighting for XP, please. Heading to the market of Superness, you need to pick up supplies so you don't need to leave the house for 6 days. Ah, that is how I shop too. Make a list, get all the stuff you need, and then don't leave your house. Damn it, this is the right way. Get something yummy. It's a white rabbit. Look, it's a white one. Elgato, how you doing? Is my video okay? Is like everything in sync? Interesting. Well, you guys need to tell me if it's off, cause oh, Elgato, I swear to God, you stupid piece of crap. There we go. Okay. No, it was, so if I pressed right, obviously instantaneously happens, but then I would look at the Elgato and it would take like a second or two for it to process. So there was a lag, that's all. Now it's pretty much instantaneous from when I could basically use my OBS to play the video game if I wanted to, because there's very little lag, so now it's fixed. This thing's hot. Alright, Creeper. I got you. We're going in the right direction. We are closing in on Vadis's lair. We must press on. Why are you listing all these foods? Damn it, I'm trying to go the wrong way. Most problems in OBS can be solved by literally deactivating and reactivating. Oh, I went the right way. Completely. Lark. So you have come this far. Where's Vadis, Sierra? You are blind to the truth, Lark. Can you not see what Draconis is trying to do? He did not order you to slay dragons for the sake of petty revenge. He is trying to take mana energy, the source of the world's power, for himself. That much I know. Then you are a fool. Do you not see what would happen if Draconis returned to the surface? Enough, Sierra. Lark. Draconis returns to the surface, then as is night, I shall return with him. What are you trying to say? Please, Sierra, do not interfere. Oh, she's a dragon. I am a dragoon too. My duty is to maintain order in the world, as my dragon master wishes. I cannot allow anyone to disrupt the peace I strive to protect. Not even my own brother! Ba ba ba! Stop, Sierra. My liege. A brother and sister must not shed the blood they share. Vadis, tell me where the mana stone is kept. Obey me and I will spare you the same fate as the other two. Mind your tongue, Lark. I see. The mana stone is straight down that path. Good dragon. Go, Lark. You will see the errors of your ways. Jesus. I shall soon be free. Of course, so will Draconis. But I have a plan. Do not worry, Sierra. You have fulfilled your duty. You need not stay with me any longer. This is all I can offer you by the way of payment. Ooh, Paimon. Magitek. It seems you have been dragged into this conflict. You are now as much a part of it as we are. If Draconis is not stopped, the entire world will suffer at his hands. I know it is a lot to ask, but you must not turn your back on this. Sure. Thank you. Magitek, I wish to ask a favor. Show me your strength. Oh, I gotta. Oh shit! What? Whoa! How dare you remove yourself from my stuff? Girl, you calm down. Stop it. am... There we go. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but... Cool. As I expected, you're exceedingly powerful. I want you to go after Lark. I don't know if that counts as a real flex.
That free flex you just
oh well,
gave
thank
us
you.
At the
yeah,
start of this
is right here, baby. Watch it. I don't got. You see, this is not cushion. This is literally all bicep. It's a lot. It's so much. Hey, thank you. My liege. I will be fine, Sierra. You must protect Lark and Magitech now. Okay. Where are her horns? They are in the talking text, but not in the I don't know. Oh, that's all the stuff that you should get at the market. You like SpaghettiOs? Really? Oh my gosh. I have to go home and talk to my cactus. Hi, Mo, how you doing? Okay, thank you for work with me. Aw, I hope you're doing good. Excuse me, children. I need to talk to my cactus. Add to beat dog. Oh, only the ones with meatballs? The others not so much? Okay. There's wisdom in the jungle, which I got. There's a wisdom on that beginning area that I got. There's a wisdom in the underworld. I don't know where the other 3 wisdoms are. Oh. They're cheap, but you pay too much for your card? That's terrible. No, 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 no. You can eat better food than SpaghettiOs for cheap. Oh no. I'm not a big tomato sauce kind of person, especially when I was a kid, so SpaghettiOs were not my thing. Hello, hot and sour. Alright, I gotta go to the underworld, I think? Oh, is there a... Shit, I don't know. Oh.
Well, well, well. Another Belmont here to put me back in the grave.
Actually, thank you for gifting a sub to Bokomoko-san. Welcome. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I think I have to go to the underworld. And, Miller's off screen. Oops. Where are you? Oh, yeah, you are. There you go. Thanks. So after stream today, I will do some more molding and casting. Have dinner, and then I'll probably pass out. Do I get to... Oh! I am Sierra of the Dragoon. I was ordered by my master, Vadis, to hunt down Lark. I know, I was just there. But I cannot navigate the vast underworld by myself. I need your help. Will you come with me? Sure. Let us go. Your security guard make little the needed a new car, knowing nothing of cars and no credit, and shortly after got an accident. Oh no. Oh no, no. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not like, don't eat SpaghettiOs. I'm just saying, that sucks. And that's it, that's all I'm saying, that sucks, I'm sorry. You sound like you have we have the same kind of luck with cars. I've never been in an accident, but I've never had a car that lasted long enough for me to be in an accident. Literally, every time I have a car, every year something goes wrong with it. Every year. And it's usually something ridiculous. Like I had a car where the front axle broke, I had it, well, not ridiculous stuff, but like the water pump went, two of them had like weird computer things, so like in the middle of driving on a highway I would lose my power steering. It's not good. This is why I don't like driving, because I'm just very uncomfortable with cars now. They never ever work for me. Wait. I sense evil. Who's talking? How noble of you, Magitech. Draconis! Dragoon, you must have come to retrieve your brother. How endearing. This is a little token of my appreciation. Enjoy. How about you? The Crimson Dragon. Your cheap tricks will not stop me, Draconis. Okay. I like how I'm just a character and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll come along. Whatever. Whee! Double your insurance because someone in front of you slammed on the brakes in the middle of a traffic light. Oh, Jesus. There's a little bump and the guy's suing you for injury. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. That's super BS. Lawyers are not cheap, so I'm sorry. I hope you get some good luck coming your way, though. Jesus. Maybe I can buy a new car someday? I haven't driven a car in like 8 years. Can I talk to you guys? Are you monsters? Okay. And I'm still unfamiliar with everything here, so I don't even want to drive anywhere because I don't know where I'm going. Everything has like one-way streets. And I'm like, I don't like this. I also still can't see that well that far away, so. Shouldn't feel chat with you. Yeah, it's fine to vent. It is perfectly fine. There's nothing else I could say besides like that freaking sucks. I wish there was something you could do or that we could do to help you out. Because that just seems incredibly unfair. You know, all most I could do is commiserate with you. There's a difference between coming in a chat and be like, yeah, this shit sucks, and being like, yeah. And just being like a person that always comes in chat and like trauma dumps, and nobody does that here, so it's not an issue. You know what I mean? It's not that the streets are confusing, it's just I'm used to like normal streets. And there's always construction, I just don't want to deal with it. Oh. This way, please. Thank you. Okay. It's over here. I have absolutely no idea where I'm going. I will say, Legend of Mana is very confusing in their maps. I never know where I'm going. I had to ban something like that in Waffles last night. You called them out in EDM and they were like, I wasn't there tonight. You sent them a screenshot of their chat logs, and they called you liars, so you banned them. Jesus. Well, I just know there's like, I've been to some streams where it just seems like everyone comes in and does what I call like trauma dumping And that's it. That's all they do. They come in, they dump like their bad day, their bad life. Every time they come in, something terrible has happened. And that's all they contribute to chat. And nobody wants that. It's perfectly fine to come in and talk about a shitty day, a shitty situation. Like here and there, but if that's all you talk about, like nobody wants that. And none of you guys do that, so don't worry about it. No, Mobile, you are perfectly fine. I'm not talking about you at all. You have a... I want you to, like, vent, alright? I wasn't even thinking of you when I said that, because I'm serious when I say there's nobody like that in chat here. Like, I don't think anyone's like that, you know what I mean? You can write it down, I don't even go to work now, all the other road things change and you're not used to it? Yeah. So Mobile, you're fine. We love you and we want you here. Feel free to just... okay? Just vent. I try. Okay. And I was like, me? What do I do? Some of their chat logs was them talking about everything in the crying shit. And you know, I was thinking about this. This is funny, this came up because I was thinking about this the other day. Like trying to sleep. Don't ask me why I think about this stuff. Because I think I had, again, seen someone like that in someone else's chat doing it. I was like, what's the difference between someone coming in and just saying like, hey, I have a bad day? Or like Tato. Tato comes in and there is always something ridiculous that has happened. He either has like a new nerve problem or his grades aren't working or just something absolutely ridiculous. Like, what's the difference between, like, that and then someone who comes in and just, you know, dumps a bunch of sad stuff? And I think it's how it's presented. Because Tato comes in, he's like, hey, you want to hear my shitty stories? And we're like, hell yeah! Yeah, he doesn't say anything. It's like, hell yeah, tell me your crazy, like, Tato, tell me your crazy shit of a day you had today. Let's hear it. And it's just like, it's a story we're sharing. We're like, all right. As opposed to someone who comes in and it's just like, everything's terrible forever. Here are all my lists of terrible things. Feel bad for me. And like, no, it's intent and no one likes that, you know? So, I think that's what it was. Anyway. It's just the weird stuff I think about when I'm trying to sleep. Oh. Oh. I don't know where I'm going. Super Saiyan 3? Are we going Super Saiyan 3? If you do that, you lose your eyebrows. You get big banana hair. Freya's using utensils now with mixed success. Is she right-handed or left-handed? So hi Campbell, how you doing? At least I'm getting treasure chests. Anyway, this little side rant of mine was not calling anyone out at all. Nobody. It's just like when you're on Twitch, you end up like people watching a lot and you try to figure out like what the difference between... Oh, I went in a freaking circle. Certain interactions are, that's all. Mostly right though, she was dual wielding spoons for yogurt the other day. Oh, dude, thank you for gifting us up, Tambo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jury emotes. That's adorable. Make her ambidextrous. Being ambidextrous really nice. I'm like 75% right and like 25% left. Oh. Left. But it's nice to be able to do stuff with your left hand. To the bottom of the underworld with you. What? Wait. I sense evil up ahead. Are you ready? Yeah, let's go. Onward. I shall hydrate. Underworld dry, you should drink some water. You're right, I should. Thank you. Thank you, Mobile. Ambidextrous is really nice, so I can do a bunch of stuff with my left hand. None of like the fine dexterous stuff. But I find that, like, if I hurt something on my right hand, I'm like, screw it, I can just kind of switch to my left hand for a lot of things. It's really kind of nice. You're fine? You've been off work since the 16th? Have you finally gotten to relax and everything? Tell me stories while I do this part. Is that... After countless years, my wish is fulfilled. You served me well, Lark. Lord Draconis. I may now return to my original form. Wah, 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 wah. And leave this dreary underworld behind me. Not so fast, Draconis. Come on, Boba. Relax? Well, I meant relax within the sphere of being able to relax. If you wish to see the surface, you will have to get through us. Lark. Sierra. Draconis is using you. Can you not see it? Dumbass. I see it clear as day. That is why I want you to let me put a stop to him. Lark, you cannot mean to... Did you hear me, Draconis? I collect mana energy for you, and you amplify it. And when the time of return is at hand, you and I will fight. And only the victor shall win back their life. That was our agreement. So fight me as you promised. You are right, Lark. You are my dragoon and my trusted partner. You served me well, so I shall make good on my word. But first, you must accept your reward. Draconis! What have you done to Lark? I gave him his reward, of course. Your brother always wanted to be a formidable warrior, like his sister. Wah, 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 wah. I merely granted him his wish. Stop, Draconis! Fight, Lark. Defeat your sister and demonstrate your superior strength. This is an annoying noise. Lark! Ah! Lark! Oh! I am Magitech, attacker of toes. You shall not win with your gun hooves. I'ma get you. Baby's amazing sleeper, so sleeping isn't too bad. That's good. No, but this is fine. He did. Clark. Sierra. I knew my actions were wrong.
It doesn't show signs of stopping.
But I wanted to.
And I brought me some tea, very hot. The lights turned way down
Sorry,
below.
it's very exciting.
Make it so. Make it so. Make it so.
I love you, Toad's other glove.
Thank you, well, I don't know. Thank you, OJ, I guess, for giving Penry Lane a freaking 1-year sub. Enjoy. But I wanted to return to the world of the living. Return to you. Clark. I am sorry. Clark, I will avenge you. Draconis, so this is how you will rise again. Mm. Mhm. 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 We blew up the underworld. It's now the Audi world. What? Oh. Okay. So this is Draconis' fortress. I thought it had been destroyed. I'm glad you are unharmed. Ah. Fadis! This is my spirit form. My soul is there with you, but my body is not. You were protecting us all this time. Fadis, I have failed. I could not save Lark. But mark my words, I will stop Draconis. Sierra, do not be hasty. There's a powerful barrier in place here. Once you pass beyond it, you may be unable to return. But Fadis, you must not face Draconis on your own, lest he consume you as he did Lark. Lark was consumed? Draconis' weakness is his solitude. He trusts no one. He befriends no one. What should I do? All life is connected by ties that bind us to the world itself. That is your answer. The bonds of life bring love and support. They will help you greatly. Magitek, do you remember my warning about Draconis? No. Oh. Yes! If Draconis does not stop, the entire world will suffer at his hands, yo! His desires to bring all life in this world under his control. Even the dragons, aloof as we are, seek to connect with other creatures through our dragoons. The world thrives on such bonds. Their existence is the law of nature. Tierra, Magitek, I entrust you with the bonds of life. Saving them is your duty. Put a stop to Draconis. Let us fight together, Magitek. Oh! I can move! Is the Udi good to keep soft after washes? The first thing I did... I gotta talk to my cactus. Hold on. Yeah, we'll do that in a minute. The first thing I did when I got it was I washed it, and then I tumble dried it, even though it said not to do that. I was like, you can't tell me what to do, this is going in the dryer. And it was still just very, very soft, so yes. It's always the first test. Is it good at neutralizing farts from beans? I don't know, I haven't farted in this yet. I think it's like a blanket, because it is just a big hoodie blanket, essentially. And if you fart in it, so like if you sit here, like if I cover my knees here, okay, now I got a big tent, and if I fart in it, it's just a big oven. And so you can just kind of like, I forgot the word for that, but it's basically contains your farts. Yeah, you have one big methane bubble, and so like it can just stay in there, and then you can like, yeah, Dutch oven, thank you. I'm like, I knew there was an oven of some sort, I just forgot which nationality. Something oven, Dutch oven it. So, you know, you kind of gotta like let it out. So you can just kind of become like a, you know those mushrooms, those puffy mushrooms, the big round ones that go poof when they're like old and they just puff out their spores? You're kind of like that mushroom, and then like if you lift up your Udi, just the farts come out. Otherwise, you're just a big container of farts. I think that's what, I think that's the best way to describe it. Yeah, you should definitely sponsor me. Sponsor me to sell your shit. Oh my god, so sorry. Oh, that wasn't the end of a quest? Oh, I thought that was the end of the quest. Alright, well, Lift up your ooty to air out your booty. There you go. That is my final review. Actually, I'm making myself embarrassed, so I'm starting to sweat, and this thing is freaking like... God, it is so warm. Now, I don't know if I like can get to... So there's 3 storylines. I'm doing the Underworld Dragon one. There's a Jumi one, and then there's a fairy one. No, that's fine. These are legitimate questions. I don't care about this stuff here. I am here to inform. But yeah, like, if we lost heat or something, this... I'd be like, no, this is my thing. I am wearing this now forever. It's, like, absurdly warm. Alright. I feel like there's more things I could do, but I forgot. The flames... Ah, screw it. Whatever, let's go to the, you know, outer underworld. I think, I don't know. That's not how you spell weather. It's 44. Yeah. It's supposed to be like super cold in a few days, I think. I think maybe snow. Yeah, it does snow there. Alright, let's fight. You may never return. Are you sure you are ready? Yeah, sure, whatever, let's go. I entrust you with the bonds of life. Put a stop to Draconis. Okie dokie. Let's fight the evil Pinocchios. With like 1 billion health, Jesus. Sierra, what are you attacking? Yes, attack him. There you go. Imagine if the underworld had negative 55 Celsius wind chill and lava. That sounds confusing and terrible. I knew it when I did it, and I was like, that's gonna... XP? Yeah, good. Oh, negative 67, okay. You had a wind chill negative 55? This week. That's... Well, I couldn't even, like, comprehend how cold that is, honestly. Because I would never go... No. I've had, like, negative 20 degree wind chill, and... That's the most I'll ever want to deal with. Save. The coldest you've been is 25 degrees. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. That's it? Stop moving. Don't spray me. I know you. I'm not knocking it. I know you don't get that cold. There's nothing here. Okay. You were at that area? Okay. You're at the negative point. That's still super cold. Like, that's just... That is too cold. Oh, you got fog? Oh, I love fog. I don't know why I like fog so much. Maybe because, like, we never get it. But fog is awesome. Alright? Fog is cool. It's creepy and it just, it's like, ooh. Ah, this is Skull Splitter. Where are you? Excuse me. How you guys doing over there? Bubba's dead. Fog is important for watering everything, and it keeps allergens down. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, my pet comes back to life after battle. This is Bubba, right? Yeah, this is Bubba the Punkster. He's level 5. I am level 42. Dragoons! I don't understand what these dragoons are. Hold on, let's look at her. They're just like nondescript furries. Like just anthro characters. I have no idea. Oh, I'm not even facing her. I started looking at chat. I was like, hey, how are you guys doing over here? Alright. Second floor. No. Oh my god, leave me alone. What is my, I should look it up. Vortex of Death. Why don't you do that more often? Jesus! I go through and I prune the quotes. People who like don't come by stream anymore, I tend to remove the quotes. Not out of spite or anything, it's just like, I don't know. It's old and doesn't really mean anything anymore. Do I need these levels? I don't know. Hey John Bart, how you doing? What's going on? Thank you for following Shaquille Oatmeal. Welcome. That is an amazing name. Oh my god. Oh. Was good, my dude. Happy Thursday. Yay. The oatmeal is positively, enthusiastically, unequivocally, unmistakably, and last but certainly not least, undeniably, in the motherfreaking his house. Horns sounding off. Oh my gosh.
Well,
Hi.
well. Another Belmont here to put me back in the grave.
OJ, thank you for gifting a sub to Shaquille Oatmeal. Welcome. Welcome. Enjoy your emotes. Come hang out as I just wander around trying to do endgame stuff. It's been raining here, making you feel real sleepy. I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm sleepy because I'm just like really warm. I'm assuming this is the door I have to go in. Pegasus Hound. Sleeping is wonderful. Why do I have a long... I don't... Fine. If you send me to the basement... Okay, that's not so bad. Alright. Some knocked on the homeless that use the airports as sleeping area. It's so cold there, though. Like, they need someplace to sleep, right? Once people worried about comas, you say give it to you? I say just get some good ass sleep. Just... some really, like... nice, uninterrupted 8 hours of sleep. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna go this way, I guess. It's good ass sleep. I don't know what these floors mean! I don't know what these spirits mean! Oh, I don't know why I have the collection of spirits! You can only stay asleep for 2 hours. You have sleep apnea? Shit. That sounds terrible. Second floor, first floor, right? Oh. Hold on. Let's see something real quick. Yeah. They're clean and the airport has clean water and bitches. Yeah, that does suck. Oh, okay. Stop moving him! I'm killing him by poking him to death. Jeez, he has a lot of health. That was super cheap. Dragon breath. Bubble will get there eventually. There we go. Ah, I need to destroy the gems or something. Okay, cool. Can you use... No, I had to kill the dinosaur, I'm sorry. Kid boss music. Hey, Herman, how you doing? What's up? I cannot see where I am in this giant cluster of... Bubba, are you the one that keeps moving my enemies so I can't do this properly? Oh, vortex of this. Hey, Saint Asher, how you doing? What's up? Hi, guys. Okay. Welcome. Right now, I am playing through the end-ish part of Legend of Mana. I got to do the dragon one. I don't really know what I'm doing. Yeah, the OST is really nice. I really enjoy it. I think my only minor complaint is sometimes there's intense music where there shouldn't be. But otherwise, really good. Okay. Come on. There you go. Alright, I assume I have to go around and destroy the jewel doors or something? I don't know. But yeah, sometimes I'm like walking around and picking herbs and it's just like and I'm like, it's not that intense game. I just... There's music for being in a tent. There actually is tent music, not in this game. I need to like... Oh, it's so hot. I know what you're getting at. I refuse to acknowledge it. Hey. Yeah, they're real good herbs. Alright, we're just gonna keep falling down, see what happens. Oh, what? I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I don't have, like, I have like a tank top and bike shorts on. If I take it off, I'll get really cold. Alright, you know what? I'm never gonna be able to find this, so let's just do it this way for now. That's what happened with Xenogears, since the soundtrack is really short. Sad scenes have an upbeat song. No, Xenogears has a decent soundtrack. Actually, I'm gonna take this off for a second, yeah. Look at all the fabric I have on me! Help! No, I'm just gonna put my feet up and then I'll just play like this. There we go. Alright. Excuse me, enemies. Oh, this is a duck. Oh, I'm going the right way somehow, I think. What does this mean? The game doesn't tell me anything. Why can't I cross now? Sorry. Those hand fan necklaces? Can I cross this now? Hold on. Is this the same thing? Okay, alright, hold on. Come on, brain. Remember stuff. Aha, see, okay, I see, yes. Okay, alright, see, I thought this led to this, and I was like, what? Can I cross this one? I don't know. Apparently not. This is... Oh! Here he comes! Oh shit! I'm not ready for that! I have too much fluff on me! Alright. Give me your toes. stop moving him. My patent hit attack a whole bunch. Don't you take my goddamn... That was my XP. Goddamn. Alright, okay, so I have to remove these crystals somehow. Okay. Alright. I feel like a sentient pile of fabric. Please, somebody help. Alright, okay. I came from here, so we go in here. Right? And now I just gotta remove the emerald. Damn it. In the basement again. It has. This giant, like, hoodie has come to life. Alright, I'm just keeping it on the save file, 'cause it's like, if you go in here, you may never be able to leave, and, you know, just in case. Okay. So we're back to the first floor. Excuse me, swords. It's really soft. It's like, this shit is super, it's like ridiculously soft. It's really nice, but it's really, really warm. Okay, alright. Hold on. Excuse me, everybody. I do like that you can turn off monster encounters. Can I cross this now? Oh. Ha ha ha, I see. Obviously you can't turn off boss encounters, but stop it. Okay, I did it. While it consumes you. What a way to go, though. A blanket mimic? I don't know. I feel like there'd be a lot of fatalities to that. Look at these little werewolf wolfy dudes. They have no arms. They're just round, like, legs. They're really cute. I like them. Okay, so now I assume I can... now I can just go wherever I want, right? I just figured out where that... Haha! I've got a flaming quill. Oh, yay. So, this is where... Oh. What? I got some stinky breath. Okay. I have no concept of where I'm going. I have to go that way. Right? This is when I was excited about the ducks. This is second floor. I can go up that. Go up this. Hey there, Robson. How you doing? Happy holidays, Comfy Lady. Happy holidays to you too. What's up? Here, I finally cooled off so I can put this back on properly. Excuse me. Tents in a safe location. There are no pests like bedbugs or fleas or mice. Sits up in a good stopping location and has a good defensive position for a wandering party to set up camp in, and for the monsters fight. That actually, it's actually not a, like, that's a good idea. I like it. All right, maybe we have to go down to. Go down to go up. Hold on. Going all the way to the basement. Excuse me. Alright, this is just the room, right? Oh, wait. Yeah. It's the last day of 2021? It's not 2019? No, it's not. We're somehow gonna be in 2022. Don't ask me how. Yes, this music's very epic. I'm technically in the underworld that is now out of the underworld, so it's the outer underworld. I need to get to the top floor, I'm assuming. I just... like I do in a lot of games, I've just been running around breaking things, and now I'm just trying to find my way to where I need to go. Ooh. This looks... Okay, wait, what? Oh, okay, this is the first floor. There you go. Yes, it's the outer underworld. There's nothing here. Okay, don't go this way. Alright, okay. Thank you, how you doing? Me running around breaking things is your favorite kind of stream? Good, you've come to the right place. Thank you. While I internally start screaming because I don't know where I'm going. And everything looks the same. I'm just trying to go up. Wait, how are you guys? Oh! Yes! This is the right way. Yay! I finally... You like it when I internal scream? Thank you. You can tell, it shows on my face. Ah. Draconis! Oh. Always have to wait for Bubba. Oh, a dragoon. I am the Dragoon Sierra. On my master's orders, I have come to stop you. So you bear her vendetta as if it were your own? How noble. Now come hither. The bonds of life maintain order, yet you wish them broken. I cannot allow this. Your brother is mine. Soon you will nourish me as he did. You will pay for all the souls you have consumed. Return Jajara, Acravador, and my brother Lark to me. Prepare to die, Draconis. You will become my substance. Oh no! I'm gonna die! Holy pig! Give me your toes. No. Yeah, bitch, how you like that? I'ma cut your toenails off! Give me your feeties. Yeah, that's right. Where am I? I'm looking at Bubba. Hey, no, stop blinking. I don't like it. Oh, you can eat him, that's fine. Eh. Something's gonna get attacked eventually. I don't know where the hitbox on... I won! I will pedicure him so hard. Okay. Lark! The castle's collapsing! We must something! You don't get to read it! GTFO! Oh, is the Audi underworld becoming an innie again? Oh, okay, it's an innie again. The outer underworld is no longer outer, it's inner underworld. Gotcha. Lark! Do not touch him! Fatis, why not? It is Draconis' blood curse. From this moment forth, for 1,000 years, I must remain trapped in the underworld with Draconis. If you touch him, you too will be cursed, and confined to the underworld. How terrible. It is the law of dragoons. You cannot be expected to carry this burden alone. But I must, Sierra. This is proof of my sin. The burden is mine, and mine alone. Lark. I will not need 1,000 years. I have a lisp, and I have grown accustomed to the life in the underworld. So please, return to the forest. You have not changed a bit. You have always refused to acknowledge the anguish you caused me. Worry not, Lark. I will pay you a visit in due course. Sierra. I'm not controlling this, by the way. And then, not long after... the overseers of Order, the Blue Dragon, and the Bone Dragon rose again. And the stolen mana energy was safely returned to the Earth. Few know of the brother and sister cruelly separated by never-ending war. But fewer still know that the siblings would finally be reunited. I did it. Yeah, the Bone Dragon sprite is pretty sick. I like the fluffy dragon. I want to pet her. I am the mana of legend. I am just... It is me. I exist. I run around with my sword and I smash and slash things. I'm gonna go talk to my cactus. Cactus hear the story of siblings and tell the tale to all plant kind. Placonas! Sure, we'll save over this. Okay. Wait. Are you good? Okay. Yes. Come on over. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I'll check out the underworld one more time. I'll make sure no shenanigans are happening. I don't know. I played this game a very long time ago. How you doing, buddy? What's up? Oh, I just came to say hi. That is too bad. I have become rather rusty of late. Alright, well, bye. I guess I need to, you know, do something else. I thought this was gonna lead to, you know, end of the game stuff. I guess I could Google it if I wanted to. I'm gonna go here. I don't remember anything about this place. Like, I don't remember anything. What was here and why did we go here? Some places you go to like once and then you forget. Oh, bird people! Yeah, okay. Oh no, don't be mad at me. I was coerced. Herb is the word. Yeah, see, I just went to this place once to kill their dragon person. Yes. Okay, well, if all else fails, we will Google it! Hold on. I played this game, when it came out, and then like 10 years later, and then I think I played it one more time, and I still don't remember anything about it. So I'm just curious. I think I did that one already. I think I did this quest too. Alright, well, that's as much as I'm gonna look. Hate it when you don't have the internet, so you can't Google how to fix your internet. But you're on the internet. Hey Zave, what's up? How are you doing? Alright, so we're just gonna do the wandering part of the game. I'm gonna go here. Is it, oh, that good? Is that how, that's your day been real good? Is that a good girl? You know me right now, just in the situation. Okay, because I was like, Daryl, I think you're missing. If you're talking about right now, I think you're missing a very obvious solution. 2021 really said, let's go out with a bang. So you're having a really good day. Okay, that's great, Zave. I'm glad. We be penguins. Well, we might be turning human. Okay. Okay. I don't think there's anything here. Marish, what's up? Good morning. How you doing? Anything going on here? Hey, Captain. You got quests? Cat and Tuss. Leader of them pirate penguins. But how do you like ye ship? Ain't she a beaut? She's shit. That's too bad, matey. We best get you back to dry land. Okay. You just got home from work? You tried to put windshield wiper fluid in your car, but you couldn't get your hood open? I'm sorry. Let's go to Geo. You have weak girly fingers and couldn't open the latch. I'm sorry, Marsha. If I was there, I would do it for you. I got big, strong, manly fingers. Alright, I have sculptor fingers. They're both agile and strong. Alright, I know there's a quest in this town, so I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna look it up because I don't remember how to do it. What? Okay, hold on. The Lucky Clover. You need muscle tech? I'll come and help you. My back's mostly healed, so I can muscle everything for you. Legend of Mana. Lucky Clover. I think this has something to do with a specific day, and I don't want to just fumble around. Go to the bar, talk to Alazu, help him look for his friend. Leave and tell Pearl that the bar is also dangerous. She'll go to your home. Enter Geo. Go to the academy, see Esmeralda. Do I have to have him in my party? Do I have to get Alazul again? Or... Alright, I probably have to have Alazul, because I actually did talk to her in her Academy of Magic. Alright. Hold on, I gotta find one more thing. Where is Alazul? Not Elkazul. Oh my god. Oh, I guess you don't need them. Alright, whatever. No Gnome or Undine. Jesus. Okay. What day is it? Muscle Tech Night. Opening pickle jars and car hoods as a side hustle. I will. Dryad. Okay. Go to... Alright, I'll figure this out. I'm actually really good at opening jars. I just don't like straining my hands because I need to keep them in shape for sculpting. So I use a little plastic thingy. It's really nice. Hello. Can I do the quest? Hi. Hello. Is that a new cozy blanket? It's called an Udi? They contacted me a few weeks ago and said, hey, would you like an Udi? We'll send you one if you wear it on stream for a day. And I was like, yes, I am easy to bribe. And so I got it. It's not a sponsorship. It's just like a trade, essentially. So I got it. I washed it. And now I'm wearing it, and like it's Udi and Blowfish. It's so freaking warm, guys. It literally is like wearing a giant hoodie blanket. It's pretty cool. And if you're like, yes, I need that, well then there's like a code or you can use to get like 30 bucks off. So It's tit for tat. My final review. Lift your Udi to air out your booty. Yep. Anyway, if you're in a really cold place and you have some money to spend, it's pretty good. That is my review of it. I'm gonna see if I can get Alazul, because I think I need him? I don't know. So. They have all weird designs. They've got some really, like... They've got some really bad designs, but they also have some really nice normal designs. This is a nice and normal one. This is where he usually is, right? God damn it. Oh, there was a bunch of weird ones with like garlic, I guess garlic bread otters and like some butt ugly unicorns and stuff like that. I'm sorry, it's true. But if you like terrible bad designs, they have that. And if you like just normal stuff, they have that too. Alright, hold on. Where are you, Alazul? What? I like... There's a lot of questions like, where is he? Oh shit, I might have lost him forever. Oh no. Hold on. Hold on, you guys still... I've lost you guys, there you are. An avocado one? Yes, there's an avocado one. The Harry Potter... Yeah, look. It's okay. Okay, let me read this. Visit Geo. Jewelry shop in Geo. Yay! Thought I lost him. I don't even know if this quest matters, but it's a quest and I have it and I'm gonna do it. Okay. How much money would a how much would Redbubble make if they invested in blanket hoods? Probably a lot. Like, probably a lot. I'm not saying they're horrendous, I'm just saying... Ugh! Oh my gosh. They might not, you know... might not be the best. Excuse me. Oh, it's cold in here. Girl, it's nippy. Now it's nippy. Hold on. I was like a freaking sauna. Now I'm like, damn, it's cold. Okay, there we go. What is this? Ugh. Let's go to Geo. Okay, now I'm better. Some like equilibrium. My god, that thing is so freaking warm. What? No! No! I was just trying to cool down, not start sweating. Oh my god. Oh my god. OJ, thank you for gifting 10 subs to the community. Oh god, I'm gonna start sweating again. It comes in waves. It's horrible. Enjoy your emote, stir fry crazy, slaying Asher, the RPG chick, Micropower, Jefferson, RPR, One Patch, Cipriano, Kuga, Mr. Liver, Maniacal Mage, and Frog. Frog Y. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Enjoy the last like day or two of our seasonal emotes. Then we go. What are you doing? Marsh. Oh my god. Stop! I just turned on the heating pad. I'm gonna get too hot again. Guys, I have no body temperature regulation. It just goes from one end to the other. Thank you! Oh, thank you for gifting 10 subs to the community! Alright, freaking Boodle McFluffy, Cindy, Dandyclap, Steerpike, Iris? Reroll username, Nia Strife, SSJ Chrono, Kiratos, Mr. Vicvic. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you.
The weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful.
Oh my god.
And since we've no place to go, make it so. Make it so. Make it so.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Ayub. I don't know what that name means at all, but that username. Anyway, thank you guys. Thank you for thank you for the immediate level 4 hype train. Thank you. Enjoy your emotes, everyone who got them. I really appreciate that. Jesus. The alerts are 10 out of 10. I love Star Trek, The Next Generation. And I remember I saw that video a few years ago and I'm like, oh my god. I have to make an alert. So I made like 4 of them. Oh my god. I'm sweating now. I gotta turn this off. It's too hot again. No, stop. What are you doing? Oh, thank you for the 5 gift subs, community. Leonidas, thank you for the 5 gift subs to the community. Oh my god. Thank you guys. I made all my alerts. Yeah. Oh my god. Well, thank you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. If you got a sub, enjoy your emotes. Let's see. Started Midnight, Grievers, Fiona Hehe, Arbo Caducifolio.
So I hear that we're making Magitech sweat
Oh
tonight.
my god, I don't think I've ever had that alert go off. Thank you for the freaking enormous amount of biddies. Oh my god, thank you. Anonymous, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I'm seeing so many alerts and I am getting so self-conscious. Thank you so much, guys. Jesus Christ. No moldy sponges. Yeah, I have a different one for anonymous gift subs. Thank you. Jesus, thank you so much. Oh my god. Q, thank you for the 10,000 biddies. I have a specific alert for just that. I've never gotten to see it. Thank you. Oh my god. Anonymous, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Anyway, if you got a sub, enjoy.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the
Oh
fire
my god.
is so delightful. and sense we've no place to go. Make it
Jesus.
so. Make it so. Make it so.
I'm like sweating and goosebumps. Anonymous, thank you for gifting us. Jesus Christ, guys, I don't know what to do. We hit tier 5, we're good. I promise, we're good. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to, where is it? Purple Dew. Oh my god. Two hours. I took it off and then this started happening. Mobile, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. And this username is amazing. Arf, 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 arf. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, you're innocent. Oh my gosh. Alright, I gotta hydrate. Thank you for the ridiculous everything. I have hydrated. Oh my god. I'm legitimately sweating. Like, ugh. Thank you so much, everyone. That's ridiculous and very, very, very sweet. And I get so nervous because it's so nice and I don't know what to do. And so, oh my.
Buttface says butts.
Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you, Leonidas. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, guys. It's very sweet. Christmas is over, though. You know that, right? Thank you, Slate Ashley. Thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Oh my god. I'm just gonna mute this because I see stuff happening. Iron Mog, thank you. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. I appreciate that. Guys, OJ. I was gonna say, hold on, there's so many things going on.
It doesn't show signs of stopping. And I brought me some tea Earl Grey hot. The lights turned way down low. Make it so. Make it so. Make it so.
I'm in 2.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. OJ, thank you. I see the tip. Thank you. I'm prepared. I'm ready. I'm prepared. I'm hiding. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it'll just like... Ah! That's my dirty alert. Thank you. Thanks, OJ. Thanks, guys. Thank you, don't judge me. It's 6969. No one was ever get that alert. And apparently everyone gets that alert. Okay, thank you so much, everybody. We got the, hold on. Hype Awe. Yep. Twitch in their questionable emotes. Thank you so much, guys. I don't know what else I can say. I really, really, really appreciate it. You're all very sweet. I don't deserve it, but thank you. I was gonna say, though, real quick, that I tried to have a theme for a while. Bit alerts were video game alerts, and like dollar alerts were anime alerts. And then I think I trailed off, but for a good while I tried to make each one a different category because I'm just that freaking nerdy. Anyway, okay, thank you, everybody. We'll go back to playing in a minute. There we go. This is good. Okay, thank you guys. If you got a sub, enjoy your emotes, and I have a super secret chat in Discord if you want to join. I don't know. There you are. And have a good night. You have a good New Year too. Thank you for popping by. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now we can do whatever this quest is, I think. Anyway, I try not to say thank you so much, but thank you. Thank you guys. I need to do Shitty Doodles again. I have to do another stream of that. No, I had I had 2 cups of tea, so. Alright. Let's see if we can actually... Kid, I need to... More... Oh, I'm gonna have to pee all night. Thank you for the hydrate. Hydrate or dihydrate? I actually am pretty good without needing a lot of water. A capital notion, you dare say? I think people seem to like them. Gnome Day. Do I still have the thing open that tells me what days I gotta look for? Okay, gnome or not gnome. Not gnome or Undine. Alright. I have a vague memory of doing this quest before, and I think I found it annoying. Can I make it change by doing this, or do I have to sleep? Okay. I'll just leave and go back in. Yes. Oh, also, this reminds me, I need to look at... I set the date and I forgot. Yes, January 5th, on a Wednesday, we're going to have the Bob Ross paint-along, starting at 4 p.m. CST, so please be prepared for that. I'm not gonna open Chibis for a while. I have a lot of commissions I have to do. Or I have a lot of work I have to do. Gin. Okay. So Chibis will be much in the future. You look troubled. I am, a little. I have a favor to ask. But not of you. Of Magitech? Come to the library on a Gnome or Undine day. You too, Elazul. Gnome or Undine. Gnome or Undine. Okay. So I can just do this. Excuse me. Hello. You miss Bob Ross? Okay. Stay. Yes. There you go. Working for money instead of for free? Yeah, I know, right? The free comes when I have the free time. See? They got a match. Is this a library? Yes. Thanks so much for coming. What can we do for you? First, there are a few things I need to explain. I ran away from the Jumi City and was taken in by the Academy. What happened to the Jumi City? Well, Florina, the only one who could heal, was kidnapped. Healing powers. Florina. It was too risky for all of us to stay together in the Jumi City. Without the power of healing, if anything happened... I was separated from my sisters in the chaos. And this Nunu magic guy has been interfering, eh? No, Mr. Nunuzak is looking after me. As long as I stay within these walls, he'll give me instruction in the magic arts. Until a knight appears, that is. So you need me to be your knight? But Alazul, you already have a guardian. Mr. Nunuzak says that would be two-timing. Knights and guardians aren't lovers, you know. What is this? The safety of one guardian is enough for a knight to worry about. Don't bite off more than you can chew, Jumi boy. I'm more capable than you know. Well, what now? Mr. Nunuzak said I should ask Magitek to be my knight. Well, I am Magitek Knight. Oh, how convenient. Yes. With exotic hair pipes like those, she can't fail. Well, what do you say, Magitek? I will be a knight. No, they don't go off my name. It's an actual thing. Being a knight is the thing in this game. Thanks, Magitek. I'm heading to the jewelry store. Meet me there if you need me. I hope we can find her sisters. I like how he just disappears. Describe your sisters. Don't worry about that. My sisters have been drawn to my core. They're close. We'll see them soon. I am Nunuzak, conjurer extraordinaire. Whew. Picasso Ascension plate? Yeah, I don't. This is a city of magic. We don't worry about that. They said your name? Yes, they do say. Well, I named myself Magitek in this game, and then the gems have knights and guardians. So I am now Knight Magitek. Oh my god. That's that's the other dirty alert. That's the bit version. Marsh! Marsh! I'm not used to that one. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you. What are you doing? I forgot immediately what I'm supposed to be doing now. Oh my god. She's asking which one you... Thank you. Thank you. I hope you like the alert. Oh, jeez. Merry birthday, Christmas, thank you. I think there's one here.
You limp into the dark woods, blood oozing from your stump leg. You've beaten Shia LaBeouf.
Do you ask a question?
One.
Yes, you can ask a question, feel free. OJ, thank you for the $15 for the Shia LaBeouf. I forgot how many alerts I made out of that. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you? Yeah, okay.
Wait, he isn't dead. Shy surprise, there's a gun to your head, and death in his eyes, but you can use jujitsu. Body slam, superstar Shia LaBeouf. Legendary fight with Shia LaBeouf. Normal Tuesday night for Shia LaBeouf.
OJ, thank you. Thank you for the $16. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look, I found an AMV that put Shia LaBeouf to a bunch of anime, and I made alerts out of it because I thought it was hilarious. Oh, gee, thank you again. Thank you for the thank you. Hi, St. Clair. Why does that surprise you? Because you know I'm a huge nerd and I have no restraint on it. So, thank you. I have 3 alerts of that, right? I'm gonna assume I do. Okay. Thank you. That was for Halloween. I forgot to turn it off.
Didn't know you still had this one, lol.
Yeah, that was for Halloween. I forgot to turn that one off, but it has some Beetlejuice. Thank you. Okay, there's 3. You appreciate me exactly for where I am. Thank you. Hallelujah. Anyway, thank you guys. I'm gonna do this now, okay? Okay, thank you. Huh? Uh-oh. Let's come back on Dryad Day when the principal is teaching class. Okay. You guys are very nice to me. Much nicer than I deserve. It makes me nervous. I wonder if I can find... Don't run inside the store. Sorry. I'm really in a hurry. Do you have anything that looks like my core? Esmeralda, does that mean your sisters are? Only their cores are left. The Deathbringers' army took them. I see. So you're looking for your sister's cores as mementos? Not exactly. There might still be some magic left in their cores. If I had some tears of healing, I could bring them back. The only Jumi who can cry is Florina. But who knows where she is? Besides, isn't your safety more important? Let me handle this. You should go back to class. If you think if you think it's dangerous, then protect me. You're a knight, aren't you? Act like one. She's nothing like Pearl. Sorry to interrupt, but we don't deal in Jumi cores here. Well, an ethical jewelry shop. Now that is rare. And I always thought these places were just morgues by a different name. Alright, let's go to the next place. I never knew there were Jumi in this city. Maddie News is appreciative of her and her heart. She's the most giving and selfless person. I am not, but I at least try to be a half-decent person. I'm trying. You're making me nervous and phlegmy, guys. Hope you appreciate that. I don't remember what day I'm supposed to come back on. Damn it. Just trying to see if anything else triggers stuff. Yes, Attack of the Phlegm. Alright. Maybe she'll be nice and tell me what day to come back on, because I did not retain that information whatsoever. I don't know, I'm yawning so much today, I'm sorry. Wait. My heart is overfull and overflows into everyone around her. I make everybody phlegmy. Okay, come back on Dryad. Dryad Day, Dryad. Dryad. Okay. Dryad. It's my power. My power of love is phlegm. It's exciting. Dryad. We're looking for a Dryad Day. That's what we're gonna do. No. It might just be easier to enter and... whatever. My power of love is phlegm. It is. It's actually the acid reflux, but that's alright. It's power of love. There we go. Alright, Dryad? There are too many days in this world. Yeah, so I played this game originally when it was on the PlayStation. And then when I hypothetically hacked my PSP to play PlayStation games, I ripped my copy. Yay, Dryad Day! I ripped my copy, hypothetically, and then put it, hypothetically, on my PlayStation, or on my PSP, and I would play it in bed. That was really fun. Principal. I think there's one here. Answer me. Found it. Does this make me a thief? Nah. You're a wonderful knight. I always wanted to say that. Thanks. You're welcome. Look, black mages. Okay. You think there's one down here? I mean, she just kind of reacts, right? Oh, there's the creepy teacher. Alright, let's... Oh, you know what? I know. Okay. Dirt. Nothing happens if I go in here, right? No. Hi! Have you ever seen a jewel like this? Sotheby, have you ever seen one of these jewels? Oh my god, this guy. No. I saw one in the storeroom down below. Take a look in the storeroom. I'll give you the jewel if you need it. Thanks. Why, madam? A Jumi core will only bring you misfortune. Yeah, you all love him. What's this? What's Lady Diana doing here? Diana! Oh. Do not call me by that name. I am no longer a Jumi. Why not? The Jumi are doomed. You should follow me and give up being a Jumi. Never! Even without their cores, I can hear my sisters calling me. The others are the same. They're all waiting for the tears of healing. Florina, the last Jumi with the power to heal, is dead. The Jumi are fated to extinction. I won't give up. Take your sister's core and leave this place before the Jewel Hunter gets here. How could the Jewel Hunter know? Because I told her to come and steal my core. This was my decision as the leader of the Jumi. Once my core is gone, I hope this foul business will come to an end. No! I can't let you do that. If you still have hope, then live on as a Jumi. Your sister's core is right over here. Sis, I won't give up. The Jumi will cry again. I'm sure of it. Hi. We mustn't become stones. I won't give up. Be right back, hopefully. That sounds really ominous. Save, you okay? Oh, no, I didn't mean to go down here. This is an arena. Wait. Music's different. Okay. Okay, good luck. am the palace steward. You may call me Sotheby. I recently heard that Hampson and Skippy often complain about Madam Christie. No. Very well. Hi, I'm Christy. I own this palace. Okay, the last area is the beach. Hi, do you have her sister? Yeah, I know. Do you? Cut. I don't remember how to read that. Oh. I'm trying. Do you have my sister? You're totally the thief. Come on. Do you have your yeah, no? Oh. Gold sword. Jesus. Eh. Nope. Do you have her sister? No. The kid with... Are you the one with the really sad story? Okay, no. Okay, I guess it's gotta be at school, right? Alright. Yes, everyone has a day off. That's beautiful. Yes, you're the Green Wiggly. Alright, fine. I'm just gonna look it up because I'm impatient. This is one of them games that makes you feel content. It is. I agree. Until I get frustrated because I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Tipo in the cafe. Oh, behind the counter. Okay, I figured it out. I am relaxed again. I have become relaxed again. Sorry. It's all good. You know how you have vague memories of doing something before? Like, I have a very, very vague memory of this quest and the feeling of frustration. You have no patience for getting lost? You read a guide after wandering for 3 minutes? I don't know, it depends. Some things I don't have patience for, some things I do. I don't know what the difference is. Excuse me, do you own anything like this? Who the heck are you? Well, do you have one or not? No, of course I ain't. I thought you might, that's all. Just a hunch, I guess. I need to... Okay, hold on. Read the rest of what it told me to do. Return to have... Wait. Okay, I read the rest. Here we go. Come on, Bubba. There's an exit out of the city map. Alright. The storage room, the principal's office, and one more place where I can sense a core. Bet it's in the cafe. Let's go find out. I knew it was here. Blimey! I'm so sorry. Blimey! What do you think you're doing, eh? You bloody well stop that! I can't do accents. Please make me stop. Found it! Oi! That's me, Emerald! No, this is my sister, and I'm taking her back. What a load of cobblers! You must be out of your bloody head! You sure say mean things for a dove pot. Come on, you're my knight. Fight for me. Yeah, I'll fight. You mustn't strike a lady. Blimey. Use your noggin for once. If you've got something to say, I'm all ears. You're right, I'm sorry. It's a long story. Will you hear me out? Of course. I'll just sit here and pretend to listen, and then I'll chuck them out. Fine, I'll begin. Blimey, being killed for your cause. That's terrible. They're not exactly dead. In ages past, Rijumi healed our wounds with tears. If I had some tears of healing, I might be able to revive them. If it's tears you need, then take mine. You can have all you want. They're just tea water, but they're good and pure. Delicious, too. Thanks, but regular tears won't do it. They have to be Jumi tears. Why don't you cry, then? Jumi tears are shards of life. That's why our tears can heal. But I don't know how to cry. A long time ago, the Jumi put life into their tears and shared them freely. But one day, we weren't able to cry anymore. My teacher said that it might be some kind of survival instinct. I don't rightly understand, but I reckon you really need that jewel. Go on, take it. Thank you. Uh-oh, me water. Looks like the lucky clover is whole again. Oh. Look, a note. What did that cash register just say to me? No, that was a sentient teapot lady. And after that it was a jewel thief. It says, the lucky clover will be mine. What are we gonna do? I don't know. Don't leave my side. Thank you, Magitech, but I should go back to the academy. If you see Elazul, tell him to be careful. And take care of yourself. No. Yes, a teapot lady jewel thief. Hi, Fizzle, how you doing? No, see, in here, that was a teapot lady. And then the one who threw the card was a jewel thief. She steals the cores out of jewel people, and then they die. Because she's a big old bitch. I actually don't know her motivation. Hey. Where's Esmeralda? What? We have to find Esmeralda now. Let's go. I mean, I know I didn't want her to leave. I told her not to leave, and she left anyway. I'm too late! Esmeralda's not here. The jewel hunter must have lured her out somehow. You have to find her, Magitech. I mean, I'll try. The game doesn't give me pointers. I mean, I'm gonna assume that she's gonna get the diamond lady. Probably. Let's drink to the bottom of this. Drink! get. Yes, we're gonna both drink and get to the bottom of this. Here's my drinking. Because I have the patience of an ant. I'm going to... Okay, I was right. Okay. No, that's terrible. Esmeralda. A Jumi of Diamond. I was once called Diana in the Jumi city. Young Jumi Knight, can you save Esmeralda? Yeah, Esmeralda. Of course. Then I leave it to you. I could do 15 push-ups. After I beat this thing. Oh, this is the jewel. Poop face. But you don't have toes, and therefore I'm inherently weaker against you. Don't move. Drink. Over there. I cannot. Or I can't shed tears. Not for myself. Not even for my sisters. You're too late. Damn it. I'm sorry. I knew this would happen. I believe the Jewel Hunter wants to exact revenge on the entire Jumi people. Revenge? For what? Bring your guardian to me, and I promise to tell you everything. I give you this as proof of my word. Ooh, gold. Allow me to return you to your guardian. Oh. I must tell her about Esmeralda and Diana. This house is so nice. Hazel, over here. Not just yet. Not when she looks so happy. That jewel's like this big. Jesus. I must tell my cactus about people dying. That's cool.
Is he okay? Is he dying? Don't worry. He's been chosen. Now he's going to the spiritual world to become part of a big tree. A big tree? Yep. We plants are all connected by our roots. We might look like separate beings, but we're one plant in our real dimension. You're one plant. We all belong to one tree. What about me? You too. I didn't know that. If many plants join the big tree in the spiritual dimension, the big tree will be revived in this world. Oh.
He's a dead plant person.
No problem. He was chosen because your imagination filled him with love. Love is what we plants need the most. Thank you for your love. You're welcome. There are lots of sproutlings, but we are all connected. He is me. If he's going to become part of the big tree, then so am I.
Oh, bye then. I still need to talk to my cactus. I don't think we eat trees. Yes, it is. It's the Borg in plant form. It's wholesome happy Borg.
Little dirt clod.
No. Is it wholesome though, or do they want you to think that? I don't know. I mean, it's plants. They're happy about it. I came here to get Pearl. Damn it. Look, if they're not trying to assimilate me, I'm okay. Cage of Dreams. Hello. Did Pearl come by? Not yet? Well, perhaps this note has. Damn it! The jewel hunter must have kidnapped her. I'm grateful, but we have no clues. Let's leave this place and look around. Key. Oh. We have no use for the mana tree. I cannot do what you demand.
Just bring back the sproutling you hid. It was supposed to pass to the spiritual world and become the mana tree. Oh, please help me. This sorcerer trapped a sproutling in a dream using dimensional magic. Now the sproutling won't be able to become part of the mana tree.
Sproutlings should remain as they are. They should not become part of the mana tree. I have borne witness to the ruin that befalls when people vie to harness the tree's power. Has mankind ever used the tree's power for a noble cause? Not once. We must eliminate the sources of our quarrels. Peace is what we need.
When you put it like that, I suppose we could have lived without the mana tree. But I still feel bad for the sproutling trapped in the dream cage. I'd rescued it if I had the power.
We should not place our hopes for the future on the mana tree. Okay, can I let the sproutling out though? This is just my workshop areas, right? Yup. Oh, no. No, I do this and I just throw so many things on my weapon. I don't know what I did. I don't know if it was better. This is music, right? Yes. Here I can make instruments, which I'm not going to do. Oh. I am here to have a chat with Nunuzak. Would you like to join us? Greetings, Nunuzak. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Sir Pokiel! Oh, you're a wisdom, weren't you? The time has come for the sproutling. Let it go. Do the wisdoms want a war over peace, Sir Pokiel? You must be aware that blood will be shed if the mana tree is revived. We have proven that we can live without the tree's powers. Even if this is the wisdom's counsel, I will not heed it. The mana tree may not be a necessity, but it brings many blessings to our lives. To draw a parallel, love may not be a necessity, but even you understand its blessings. Do you see what I'm saying, Nunuzak? But some will harm others, or steal to obtain those blessings. When we desire nothing in our hearts, only then can we be at peace. We will be better off without the mana tree in our lives. Nunuzak, the world you see is only part of a vast universe. The mana tree is the source of unlimited power, but what it really does is remind us that true power is found within. It's not the materialistic wealth that's missing from our lives. It's the emotional wealth. Love. Love? Love is power. Give it to another, and you will bring them bliss. Criminals, friends, strangers, even yourself. Everyone is reborn when you forgive, love, and understand. You wisdoms are merely masters of trickery with words. Nunuzak, you believe that fools outnumber the wise. And you think that you are at war with the fools. But you are fighting a world of pessimism that exists only in your head. None of the creatures the goddess created are truly fools. All you need to do is believe it, and your words become your world. You are preaching a dream. This is not reality. Villains like the Deathbringer will surely come for the mana tree. And when they do, I would have to teach my pupils about true conjuration. The world would return to an age of darkness. You speak of the past as if it were the present. Do not waste your life away thinking everyone a fool, Nunuzak. Do you think the goddess created this world only for us to suffer? We are all fools, Pokiel, every last one of us. If that is what you believe, then that is how it shall be. Sir Pokiel, wait! I am but an old magician. Please, lead me through this world with your supreme power and wisdom. I trust you to do whatever you believe in. Even if you decide to destroy this world, I shall pray for you. Sir Pokiel. Jesus. Secret Mana was so pleasantly basic compared to this. Can you, what are you gonna do, mister? Oh. Why are these strangers in the workshop? Hi Nancy Mad, long time no see, how you doing? They are in the workshop because they stole a sapling that was going to be assimilated with the mana tree and then bring it to this world, and they were like, no. The angry Picasso disc teacher was like, I don't like that, and I don't want that to happen. And then one of the wisdoms came in and like monologued at him, and now I'm in this weird dream. Entrapment of love. Pitfall of knowledge. I love that I still can't like line myself properly to hit these damn monsters. Ooh, nummy. Secret of Mana ruined your life? How? I actually never played all the way through Secret of Mana. I played Secret of Mana 3 when it was fan translated. And then I played this. And then I also played one that was on Game Boy Color. Or Game Boy Advance. But I think I got soft luck like near the end, so I never got to beat it. Sword of Mana? Okay. I think that's right. It's a long time ago. There he is. As always, we have to wait for Bubba. He takes his sweet time to
heal the mana tree. It's my job as a Sproutling to focus the light of love on the mana tree's wounds.
Magitek, take this sword. Close your eyes and imagine. There, that's the endgame thing.
Huh?
Cage of Dreams, the end. You can't max out every spirit and weapon. You reach max character level and stop gaining XP. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. Oh. Ah, the caverns. Okay. Hold up, I gotta go talk to my cactus. You guys okay now?
The big face monster took me away. Thank you for everything you've done for us.
You're welcome. I know. It's upsetting when you can't max out everything.
Little Sproutings.
So, should I beat the game, or should I continue the Jumi storyline? People have opinions. Excuse me. No, Paul, I just want to know if people were still, if they still want to watch some Mana, because then I can continue to do some storyline stuff, and then, I still have an hour and a half of stream. I gotta pick up Elazul, he's here usually. At least let you do it. Are you a completionist? Do you need to get all the things and level up all the stuff? You like the end of the Jumi storyline? Okay. There you go. See? I just need one opinion. I also really, really like how, they redid the music in this game, especially this town. It's so nice. I'm pretty sure I can. Okay, so he's in Geo? Is this new, spot? Unless he's just, maybe he's at the caverns. Yeah, the Sword of Mana is the last thing. You just basically climb up, beat something, and then you win, I think. That's a smoking duck. Are you smoking a cigar, sir? Hey, if you're here, I expect things are about to get rowdy.
Look at him!
I love the ducks in the helmet. Okay, alright. Alright, hold on. I think I need Elazul. So let me go to Geo real quick, see if he's hanging out there. I need to make a booty emote. I can't think of a booty I want to draw that doesn't make me feel like a huge creep. Final boss music is so I don't remember the final boss music. Are you in here? Do I just go in there? You're gonna send me a picture of what? Your booty? Do you have a big booty? I don't have a booty. I have biceps. No booty though. Okay, hold on. I don't feel like running into there and then being the game being like, yeah. Sucks for you, you're supposed to actually do this or whatever. Just gotta go in here real quick so I can check my menu. Cosmo? Okay, yeah. I don't need Alazul? I don't believe you, game. Nope. Legend of Mana Cosmo. Yeah, but I don't. Okay, I have to. Where is Aluzul Cosmo? I can't find this bastard. He's everywhere and like. Is he just at my house? Did I... This game is so... Okay, he's at my house? Did I just miss him? God damn it. No, don't worry. I'm good. Sometimes I miss very obvious things, like perhaps him being at my house. Yo! Come on, dumbass, let's go. There's a lot that happens. I'm thinking about stuff, and then I don't know. Look, I'm trying to remember that I'm supposed to go to the caverns. God. All right. Hold on, I'm looking super greasy. Let me ungrease the phone. I know, these, like, purple pink hippo creatures have big booties. Okay. No. Wait. What do you two want? We're looking for a friend. Have you seen her? Speak the truth, or else. Don't threaten me, pal. But you're talking about an innocent-looking girl, right? She was with some lady. A lady with orange flowers in her hair? Yeah, that's her. She was wearing a green dress, and those legs, yowzas! Which way did they go? They took the path on the upper right, but it was a while ago. Pearl. We must hurry. Upper right. Welcome back! You made it in one piece, Save! Congrats! For whatever you had to do. Oh, I wanna fight these guys. Hi, can you line up so I can attack you? Thank you. Stop. Your life sounds so, so action-packed, Dave.
Hey. People don't come here all too often, but I did see two girls pass by just a second ago.
Pearl.
They went straight up. This way.
Let's go. Up. He was there the whole time. You talked to him on one of your visits. What? Alazul? Sometimes I'm thinking about other stuff.
You'd be okay not being the star of a soap opera?
No, I like it. Somebody's a star at least. Might as well be you, Zave. My core is getting cloudy. Pearl, where are you? Oh. I saw the stone here. It was only tiny, but it gave off a beautiful light. It was like a star, twinkling in the night sky. Well, what is it you seek? Who are you? Oh, alright. Are you our friends? If so, you'd better hurry. I'm aware of that. Which way was she taken? They went straight down this path. Wait. No, it's nothing. Is there anyone in this world who truly hates beauty? Men compete for it. Sometimes they kill each other just to catch a glimpse. The greater the beauty, the fiercer the fight, the less it seems to mean. How tragic. Well, what is it you seek? Oh, I want to know who you are. It's just you singing in the shower? I'm okay with that one too. The legends say that whoever sheds tears for Jumi shall turn to stone. But this is just a story to prevent contact between the Jumi and others. So tell me about this too. A friend of mine longs for jewels that sparkle. Okay. I have a bad feeling about this. Like... something. Oh. Pearl. Well, have you remembered your true purpose yet?
How many times are you going to ask me? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Stupid girl. Get away from Pearl.
Alazul.
I've been waiting for you. Let Pearl go immediately. Do I look like the sort of woman who'd listen to you? If you won't listen to me, maybe you'll listen to my sword. Huh, you're too late. Ugh.
No. Alazul.
I hate to break it to you, Pearl, but your dear Alazul's core is scratched. Pearl. What now, my pretty? Will you not shed a little tear to save your knight? Don't listen to her.
Oh, Alazul.
Sandra, stop this. The Lord of Jewels. It's pointless to hurt one another. I cannot stand this girl, or the entire Jumi people. Why don't you cry, Pearl? Answer me.
No matter how sad I become, no tears ever fall. Jumi can't cry.
You're just a run-of-the-mill guardian, incapable of healing.
You're right. We Jumi lost our tears long, long ago.
The Jumi lost something, all right, but it wasn't tears. Listen to what your core tells you. You still don't understand. Not even you, heiress to the memories of antiquity. Alazul the Knight and Pearl the Guardian, you have lost your sparkle. Both your cores are now mine. I don't need the power to heal. Just give me the power to fight. Oh. Hi, Junk Brain. Oh. Black Pearl. Pearl. Do you really wish to do battle with me, Sandra? Oh. No, I'm not so foolish. Lady Black Pearl. Oh man, I got a power up. Hey girlfriend, how you doing? Yeah, bad bitch hour. Sorry, I just wanted to look at her real quick. We keep beating this like hand crane monster. Come on. She's got like a crazy hammer. Get away from my XP. You're basically sisters, yet you just threw her to the wayside. Is Florina alive? To that, I think she'd say, find the answer yourself. Yes, perhaps she would. I'll be going now, until we meet again, Jumi Knight. Pearl. Pearl is gone. You are now free, Lapis Knight. I am sorry for the pain I caused you. Ugh. You see full character portraits in your house's library. Oh, I didn't know. Thank you. Your sleep has been good? Have you got no sleep? Junk brain. I'm doing good. Get some sleep. We must not let this beautiful stone die. Ugh. I'll go get some medicine. That won't help. How come? This guy's a Jumi. Medicine doesn't work on him. But... Pearl. Oh, you're on vacation? That's not as bad. Still. Girl, you gotta get some sleep. I gotta talk to my cactus again. You just woke up after like 6 hours, but since it's New Year's, you'll have to stay up for like 23 hours now. Hopefully, wait, what? You just woke up after a 6-hour nap? You can nap, but like you don't have to stay up for 24 hours. You can nap in between there. Promise.
Scary pearly lady.
Can I save? Pearl. Okay. Can I save in my bed? No. Fine. It's too, yeah, like, make sure, just take a nap at some point, okay? To do. I'm gonna go save. I don't have any idea where the safe spot is in this town. If there even is one. Hey! Fruit Lady, tell me what to do. Yes, I am called Chumpy. Get wrapped up in something long. That doesn't... Yeah, we're not gonna be tomorrow Chumpy night. No. No, no. Is there a safe point over here? Where'd the creepy, church dude go? Also, look! Hey, Jack, how you doing? You have entered the cozy zone. Yes. How are you guys at GeoGuessr? That's where you plop somewhere and then have to try to guess where you are? I don't think I've ever really played it, and the few times I've seen people stream it, I get angry because I'm like, I don't know where this is. So bad. Alright. Since there's a multiplayer version? How? Oh no, I'm pressing all buttons. Legitimana. I usually don't Google so much, but... Oh my god. Holy shit.
Nice.
Come Jack, thank you for the 15 months for Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry, I have this... I'm about to have this, that alerts from JoJo. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders specifically. I have this whole page because I'm looking at Black Pearl stuff, and I just started hearing the walking, and I thought it was coming from this game, and I was like, what is going on? So I just want to know if I'm supposed to, like, what I'm supposed to do with the Black Pearl, or where Pearl is. I have an idea, but I'd rather just look and then not, worry about it. Oh, okay. How do I start this quest? Repeat until he leaves your home. Okay, sure. Yes, there are JoJo games. I've never played any. I've only watched the anime. That was just from the opening of Stardust Crusaders, the second season of it. So, anyway, thank you. How you doing? Whew. Yeah, no, that was the anime opening. Alright, so we gotta talk to Alazul a few times until he gets out of my bed. I really like the opening. So I assume the game just assumes you'll do other quests and then talk to your cactus. And then eventually... Okay. Have you any word of Pearl? So you can't find her. Then I'll go look for her. Ugh. You're like, why do you play some Final Fantasy Remake? Oh, yes! Ooh, sorry, I don't mean to keep yawning. Enjoy. Enjoy the shit out of that game! You feel good. Now I can save. Sorry. August is not, like, it's joined from a comic or something, so I just felt bad putting it on BTTV. Oh, I probably wouldn't feel too bad now, but whatever. Alright, so I remember having to go to this tower again, so I was right in this part. I just forgot about how to trigger it. I'm fine. Pearl must be in that room. Will you come with me? Let's go. 2 pearls. I'm gonna get a cookie real quick. Stretch my legs and get some water. I'll be back in like a minute. Yeah, I'm just talking about it and put it on there. That's all. No, no riot. It's cookie time. Too fun. A cookie. What a cookie. Okay. You have cookies? What kind? What kind of snacks do you have? I have cookies. I have some peanuts. I have some pretzels. Here you go. Oh yeah, we're not fighting. Dark chocolate oat cookies? Interesting. Hold please. I think my Elgato's being kind of stupid today. Do, do, do. It's very strange. I was getting some weird kind of lag. Or my computer's going, I don't know, we'll see, knock on wood. Can I go up here? Oh. Okay, it's leaving. How do I fix, like, how did I fix it right now? Deactivate and reactivate the source. Yeah. There should be, like, really no delay from what I'm doing and what I see in the OBS. And I'm not looking for lag, so I only noticed it now. If anyone does notice, like, me reacting to stuff that hasn't happened yet, you have to let me know. Oh, I don't remember how to get up this stupid tower. Usually it's like you have to go down to a room, then you can go more up. Excuse me, lady vampires. Or like you have to fall down here or something. I don't remember. There's a save point. That's promising. Sixth floor. If I go do this, I'll go back down to the third floor. Did I just go in a big circle? Probably. Oh, I do. I get incredibly lost. I just keep doing stuff until it works. The game's fun though. It's actually it was a good game to play while in bed. Cause I was trying to like relax and sleep, and just kind of running in circles is a little relaxing, honestly. So, all right, don't fall down. Fall down here. Maybe that's the secret. Fourth floor. Luckily, the game has it has this so you can turn battles off, so I can just run around like a crazy person till I figure it out. Alright, this is making me mad. You get mad and frustrated, not relaxed? I do get frustrated. Trust me. They do come out. I try not to let them, but I don't particularly want to fall down, I don't think. Well, maybe I do. Okay, alright. This is not the right way. Maybe it is? Maybe is. Oh no. Why are you so tired? I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. I feel like this should have been the right way. There we go. Tenth floor. Door of Fate. Okay. This way. Wait. I heard the door of fate only, or the door of fate opens only for one who knows the person inside. Pearl is inside. Let me open it. Nah. Resist me, will you? My memories are not enough to open the door. Pearl. I can do it. That night, she's... Pearl, your goal is to reach the stratum of Clarius. Yes. Pearl, you will become the Clarius. Yes. You will succeed Florina and give your life to the Jumi. Yes. Pearl, you will shed your life as tears and give them to everyone. You will continue giving your life until there is no more left to give. No. Listen to me. It is the best way. The Mana Sword will be reclaimed, and with it, the power of the Mana Stones. You must persevere until then. No. I don't want to die. You must. No. Stop this. Alazul. Jumi of Lapis Lazuli, you need not interfere. Pearl is my partner. Stay your hand or you will die. I am sworn to protect her. I will never back off. Please, help Alazul. Then you will both die. So be it. I do not wish to defile this place. Come, let us fight below. Very well. Pearl, you wait here. Do not worry. Your destiny cannot be changed. Pearl, it's all right. I'll come back for you. Please do. Prepare yourselves and go. I will be right down. Please, take care. Okay. You like my diorama you posted? Thank you. Red Fish Man, I appreciate that. That was a long worked on commission. Holy crap. I'm glad you like it. I'm actually quite proud of it too. Oh. Alright, well, I gotta fight evil Black Pearl. Anyway, welcome in. My unbeatable strategy of pressing the button. Stop moving people. Most impressive Lapis Knight. Promise me you'll leave Pearl alone. I will leave her alone for a while. I don't wish to fight you again. Pearl is mine. She will come back to me. Face it. He who cries for a Jumi shall turn to stone. That old saying is true, Magitek. Stay away. Farewell. Pearl. Alazul. Let's go. Alright. Thank you. Where are they going? They're going that way, okay. Okay. Did your Wi-Fi just turn off and you're scared to get up and see your internet is dead? Go check it out. probably an easy fix. Yes, is that not how you walk? I need to go talk to my cactus again. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, cactus.
Room of Fate?
Just in case. I did recently make more Ultros charms. This is my old one. But they all sold out. Although, that reminds me. Where am I? I had... Where are they? Here they are. We'll take a quick intermission. For Final Fantasy Fiesta, I offered to have BGG give away... obviously you can't see because it's not gonna focus. A Moogle charm, a Moogle pendant, and then I have another one without the eye pins. That was gonna be, that was a magnet, and then I had an extra Ultros charm. But I guess it's he and Seven Sins have to give away the same exact things, and literally it's one each unique item, so I don't think he's gonna give them away for the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Which I was like, okay, let me know what's going on. And so I don't think that's gonna happen. So instead, I am at least going to save the Ultros for my stream. So when Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster comes out in February, I will give away the Ultros pendant. And if he wants to, you know, give away my Moogles, that's fine. So I figured I'd let you guys know that I'm gonna do that when the Final Fantasy 6 Pixel Remaster comes out. That'll be in February though. It'll be open to anyone who's willing to pay shipping. That's usually the only thing. That way I can't get open to international people, but only if you want to pay the shipping. Sorry. Shipping's expensive. So a little heads up on that. I also want to give away eventually this... You can't see it at all. Yeah, it's not gonna focus. An extra Kirby keycap I made a while ago. So... Sounds fair? Yeah, shipping's like $4. International is like 17 is something absolutely ridiculous. So... And that way... Oh shit. Oh.
To pay for that shipping now.
Well, thank you. Alright, shipping's free then. For US or international. I'll put that aside for anyone. That is very nice of you, OJ. Thank you. But I figure I'll do that for the Pixel Remaster, and eventually I'll give away, you know, I just have a lot of little extra stuff I want to give away here and there. I feel bad because if I'm like, yeah, free shipping, but US only, then I like, cut out a lot of international people, and I don't want to do that, so. Anyway, thank you. So a heads up on that. I'm assuming BGG's probably gonna want to give away the Moogles for his Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster or whatever, but he hasn't talked to me about anything, so... And I'm the one that offered to give something, so I'm not worried about it. So, I figured that would be nice. Oh, I'm so yawning. So he can have the Moogles and I'll give away the Ultros. Who honked at me? Aries, I knew you honked at me. Hi, Aries. I have no idea what I'm doing now. Alright, time to look on the internet. Yahoo! Please give me a minute. Boop, 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 ba-doop, ba-doop. I try not to exclude you guys. I just, like, it's $20 essentially to send something, and I am not making money at all, and I feel really bad, you know, and I don't know. I want to do what I can. Alright, let me look at the... Okay, go to Domina. I can do that. Alright. So, I think that's it. That's all the little announcements I've got. I don't know. If it turns out like BGG really wants to like have the Ultras and the Moogles to give away for something, like I was amping for the Final Fantasy Fiesta, but if he remembers and contacts me, and he's like, "Oh, I really wanted the Ultras," then I'll let him give it away. It's not a big deal. But if that's not the case, because he's so busy, I don't think that's going to be the case, then I will give the Ultras away for Final Fantasy. Big Sword Master 6. Either way. I have 2 Ultrases anyway, so it's not a big deal. Why is this delayed? International shipping is the worst. Hold on, guys. I need to check something else real quick, and it's Elgato slowly getting delay. Why? Okay. He will not tell me. Alright, so today's stream, borked thing is my Elgato, so you just have to deal with me activating and deactivating it here and there, if that's okay. There you go. I'll restart my computer afterwards and see if it fixes it. We need to see Diana and Geo. I was hoping that perhaps you could take Pearl there for me. Thank you. I feel safe knowing that you're watching over her. There's a place I must visit first. You go on ahead. Pearl, be careful.
You too, Azul. Alazul thinks that what happened to Esmeralda is all his fault.
Okay. I've never had a delay like this before, so I'll see what the issue is. Fun new problems. I think he said to go to Geo, I don't remember. Damn it. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Haven't pressed any buttons yet. I mean, why did you put me back in here? Okay, just checking. I'm going to Geo. Yes, the game might be a little drunk. Look, no psych, there's nothing here. Neat. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh.
Diana has turned to stone. What should we do?
I have no idea. Don't worry.
Alright, after all, I'm with you. I know. Let's go upstairs and ask the lady or her butler. I am the palace steward. You may call me Sotheby.
I already read this, and I'm gonna read it again. They complain.
Truly lamentable. They don't realize how necessary the madam is to their livelihoods. What do you recommend we do about them, Madam Christie?
A 15% pay cut. If they still complain, fire their butts.
Fire, madam? Fire, madam? Should I prepare the wood in advance?
Did I say that?
Not a word, madam. No one will ever know.
That's not what I'm asking. Okay.
Do you know why Diana turned to stone?
Oh, the diamond statue. I have no idea. I don't even know where to put it. Oh, thank you, that's all.
I've heard that Jumi will turn to rocks if they shut out their emotions.
No, that is not right.
Oh? This is part of a ceremony, one of choosing partners. A Jumi first gathers keys of the heart. They use the keys to awaken a stone guardian and become her knight.
She's acting weird.
She's a Jumi, madam.
What? Her?
Huh? Me? We need to find the key to the heart, right? Let's go.
Do you have keys of the heart? Can I go here? No, they're not complaining. It's all good. Jumis are rock people. They are people with gems as their cores, and then there's an evil jewelry thief stealing their cores, which turns them into the cores, and they die, and they can't cry, except one Jumi, which we're trying to find, I think. I don't know. Anyway, if she cries on the Jumi cores, they turn back into Jumis, I think. But no other Jumis can cry. Does that help? You know what? I think it is a little Steven Universe-y. From what I've seen. I've never actually really watched it. Hello? Yo. Can you, Okay, just making sure. Just beat him up. That's my solution. I just run around beating things until I get the right answer. Hold, please. Okay, I have to collect 3 keys, so I actually do have to get keys. Okay. Oh no, they're not lizard people. I don't think. Yo. Oh, literal key. I found a key. Can I...
A key to Diane's heart.
You can see it.
Can we have this?
Go ahead, take it. It's just a trinket to me.
Thank you.
This is the key of hate. It is merely one part of Diana's heart. I feel like I'm being watched. Looks like there are 2 more keys. Okay. Why are people so nice in this world? I mean, I don't... People are weird in this world. We got, like, Borg plant people. We've got sentient British teapot women? They're teapot people. Oh, this is the kid whose father, like, put on armor and then took it off and died? This whole thing. Hey, Celestial Knight. Yeah, this is the HD remaster. This is, on the Switch. So they basically, redrew all the backgrounds. And then I have, oh, I don't think I can choose it here. Oh yeah, you can have the, arranged version or the original version. I have the arranged version on. I don't know what I did, whatever. It's very nice. Everything else is pretty much the same, but yeah, they just basically took it and made it cleaner and nicer. I'm going here. Anyway, welcome. Okay. I know I have to go into a shop, so... It's probably over here? Is it? Oh, this is the music shop. There we go. A key! My core is shining. That must be a key of the heart. This is the key of pain. It is merely one part of Diana's heart. But I don't think this is the only one. How strange. Why do I think that? Just one more left. Okay. Anyway, this is a, it's both like a frustrating and relaxing game, you know? Frustrating if you don't know, ooh, hey, where you're going or what you're doing. It's a key. This is the key of pride. It is merely one part of Diana's heart. Did you hear something? Maybe it was just my imagination. It looks like that's the last one. Let's go see Diana. Is it rude to ask your Magitech armor specs? What's its horsepower? I don't have any specs. I took my username from Final Fantasy VI, specifically from Sally's, because they call her a Magitech Knight, and I was like, oh, that's so cool! I want to use that username for everything. And that's it. That's the origin story of my name. When I actually played Final Fantasy XIV, it was kind of funny, because again, I used Magitech, or I used like Magitech Knight, and everyone started trying to RP with me, and I'm like, I've never played this game, guys. I didn't know Magitech was a thing in this Final Fantasy, and they're like, oh, you're in for a surprise. And I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks, guys. It was fun. It was super nerdy. It was really nerdy, but it was also adorable, and everyone's really friendly in 14. It's actually really almost alarming. It was nice. Hold on, I just stuffed my face with a cookie. Are they Legend of Mana friendly? Is everyone too friendly in this game for you? Okay, there's nothing down here. The statue is missing. A bit of sass would be refreshing. I had that statue moved to the arena in the basement. I mean, there are like evil people. You like the Empress Lady with the ooh dog? There's no place for her. Did you find the keys to her heart?
Alazul, were you looking for them too?
Before we could meet her, Diana turned herself to stone to avoid being killed by the jewel hunter. Try the keys. You found my soul. Thank you all for coming. What did you want to tell us? Is it about the jewel hunter? Yes, but first I must explain the jewel hunter's motive. She wants revenge against the Jumi.
Revenge?
You may listen too if you like. In ages past, the Jumi were known as a friendly people. They cried for their wounded, giving up their lives bit by bit so that others might survive. Their tears were life itself.
Tears of healing. Teardrop crystals.
But when the age of widespread Jumi hunting ended, that all changed. The Jumi adapted so they themselves could survive. The Jumi stopped crying and could no longer give life to others. They cut themselves off from the outside world and lived hidden in a secret city of their own. The Bejeweled City. Yes. I don't know who's saying this. And then she kidnapped Florina, the only Jumi who could still cry, and started a war with the Deathbringer. Oh.
The jewel hunter.
Sandra. Quite a woman. She started an all-out war against the Deathbringer, using Florina as a sacrifice. As long as Florina still cries, the Jumi are invincible. So what becomes of Florina?
Florina must still be alive. That's wonderful news. You must bring her here immediately. This generation of children will need her tears.
Why must the gentle Florina have the life squeezed out of her? Only to die. This is the Jumi's way of survival. Florina does not object. Shut up! How would you like it if I did the same to you? Oh, it is the hunter.
Wait! We mustn't kill her. We still have to get our tears back.
Pearl.
Hatred saves no one. We must love each other like we did in ages past.
Well, why don't you cry then? You could be the sacrifice instead of Florina.
Diana!
Diana! You're all talk. You couldn't even save your own guardian.
Diana!
One light can easily hide behind another. You must find Black Pearl. Only she can stop Sandra. Ah! Damn it! Look, Pearl. See what Diana left?
It changed color.
We need to think about the two of us, the Jumi and the Jewel Hunter.
You're right.
You also have a decision to make, Magitek. If you intend to cut us loose, do it now. I shouldn't have gotten you involved. Me and Bubba are just along for the ride.
Goodbye.
Look at... That is a hand. Thank you for following Jefferson RPR. Welcome. Okay. We'll go back home. Talk to our cactus.
Hi, Andros, how you doing?
So this is the Jumi people storyline where jewel people who can't cry are getting hunted by Sandra, the jewel hunter, because she's pissed off at something, and And again, I'm just kind of like, yep, I'm Magitech. Here I am, I'll help you guys. Sure, whatever. Just tell me what to attack. And then I go home and I talk to my cactus.
It's all complicated.
And then I take a nap. And I go out and find the crazy jewel bastards. And, you know, try to help. I don't know if I'm helping or hurting. But at this point, I have kind of a guide. I kind of have a little bit of a progressive guide open, so I know each quest from like, so I know where I'm going. So I don't feel like wandering. So, fluorite is the next one. See, like, you're supposed to go to the jewelry shop in Geo to start the quest. How am I supposed to know that? Huh? Huh? Yeah, I'm reading a guide. Well, it's more of like, okay, I did this quest, click the next one, go to Geo, talk to jewelry person. I'm like, okay, cool, thank you. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, yeah, I'm doing you all a service. I could wander around, and I did when I first played this game, alright? But I don't feel like wandering around. Jewelry shop. No, it's not gonna be 100% run. I was gonna do the Jumi quest line, which I'm doing now, and then I was gonna put down the, I have the sword of the Mana tree, and then I was gonna beat it. More or less. I did the Underworld quest. I kind of sort of started doing the fairy one, and then stopped. Is the game hard? No. Somebody, come quick! The game is not hard. At all. It was not hard at all, but it's one of those, it's a PlayStation game, originally. So there's a lot of quest, like, plot triggers you have to hit to continue doing things, and the game gives you, like, really no guidance on how to continue, like, the storylines. So that's why I'm looking them up, so I know where to go. Because generally, this is the kind of game where you just wander around until you kind of find another quest to do. So... haven't seen the past few missions, but do I love the art in the game's really nice. The music's pretty good too, so. Hello? Hello. I am Florina, the Jumi of Fluorite. Alex hides me here, safe from the jewel hunter. But it does nothing to stop the bad dreams.
Pourquoi?
Who are you?
Do not ask who I am. Your nightmares are so bad that even my tapir was scared to come. Why are you having such terrifying dreams? Explain yourself.
How should I know? I was supposed to be safe in here.
Safe? Ha! I can't even go for a walk in your dreams. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Belle the Witch.
Well, pleased to meet you. I am Florina, Jumi of Fluorite, and this is... I'm Chumpy!
Why, hello, Chumpy. Looks like you were drawn here by the gravity of her nightmares. My nightmare gravity theory. But nightmare gravity theory is something I'll discuss at length later.
What do you mean, drawn here?
Dreams are complex things, structurally speaking. The memories of day become the dreams of night. Essentially, dreams are based on the world of reality. They are created by the self, and change when our reality changes. Do you follow?
I don't understand.
Well, all I can really do is say, have a nice dream. Your visitor here was called to enter your dreams and kill the bad bugs inside them. Well, are you ready?
Yes.
Well, here we go.
Yes. When given the option, I am Chumpy. Savior of stuff. Why is Nicolo in here? You don't get, what don't you get? In Zelda Ocarina of Time, how are you supposed to get the flame arrows? How are you supposed to know how to get the flame arrows? You have to Google that shit. A lot of old games, it's just wander around until you figure it out. And I have no problem doing that off stream. Sometimes. But I am old now. I'm going to die sooner than I was when I was a teen and a kid, and I gotta use my precious time preciously. So I'm gonna look stuff up when I need to. Okay? Alright, great. Hey, Anu, how you doing? You understand that? Well, good luck. Yeah, it's pretty much me in this entire game.
Hello there. I'm the wandering merchant, Nicolo, peddler of smiles. I'll be your guide in Florina's dream. For the special low price of 200 lucre. Do we have a deal?
Sure.
You sure know how to make the most of your money.
Jesus Christ.
Here we are.
Hi. Your eyes are like a fishnet. I can struggle and struggle, but you always catch me. Do I want to talk to all these guys? When I see your sad face, it makes me sad too. That's why I'll always be with you, because I want to see you when you smile. A blub blub blub. We get along so well in my dreams, doing this and that in my dreams. We're so alike, she and I, it's amazing. You're not rich like me, but you still understand, right? If it makes you happy to see me leave, then I'm okay with that. But if you can't sleep at night or your foes knock you down, just call me. I'll come no matter where you are, even in your dreams. Thanks, I hate it. So there is a path, and I'm just going to take a quick peek, just a little peeky poo, just to, you know, on them. There we go. I got the first 3 directions. Oh, do I need to talk to you some more? Are you here to help me? Hello there. Yeah. Do I have to keep paying you? Here we are. I'm not rich. Oh, actually, I'm okay.
Desert! The desert! The desert is the home of my soul! Yup! I like desserts too, but I can't live in a pudding. Nope!
It's a dream, so deep frying some of these guys is okay, right? I say it's perfectly fine, but... Alright, I'm just gonna pay off Nicolo, I guess. Yes, you're the wandering merchant. What if I'm broke? A lapis knight, tell me, what is your destiny? I have none. So you are a knight with no one to protect. A Jumi all alone in the world is nothing but a pebble in the desert. With Florina's tears, my destiny shall be reinstated. I have heard enough. I would not waste a sliver of my guardian's life on you, a coward who lets his own guardian die. Alazul, I'm sorry. I can't cry for you anymore. Pearl. If anger is all that motivates you, then the light of the Clarius will only continue to cause pain and suffering. Our destiny as Jumi is to heal and soothe, with the light bestowed upon us by the sun itself. So long as mankind fights over us, the flames of anger will burn bright in our hearts, and the power to heal will never be forgotten. If that truly is our destiny, we'd be better off tearing this world apart. Don't you agree, Lady Black Pearl? Only you are strong enough to do this. I am a weakling in comparison. There's only one small thing I can do. One small way I can open up. I am Alazul, a Jumi Knight. The Jumi are made up of knights and guardians. The knights watch over the guardians, who in turn heal wounds with their tears. To Jumi Knights, the life of a guardian is more precious than their own. But I failed to protect my guardian. I have no right to call myself a knight at all. Oh. I want to run off, but I can't. Seriously, game, what if I had no money? It's a dog person. Ruff! That's it? Ruff! 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 Okay. Do I get to kill him later and take all his money? Pearl. Let me protect you again. Give me one more chance. I am not Pearl. I am a knight with a core of darkness. My destiny is fluorite. The black core, my true self, beats within my chest. Away with you, Alazul. Florina already has a knight called Alexandra. The lonely pebble in the desert is you, Black Pearl. My black core died once when I left Florina with Alexandra. Are you saying you'll turn back into Pearl if you cut away your black core? Care to give it a try? Black Pearl. A knight should protect but one guardian. Individually, we are weak, but if we combine our strength, we become a force to be reckoned with. What do you seek to protect, Black Pearl? Florina shed her tears for all Jumi. That is why I must fight. Fight all who threaten us. Don't turn your back on me, Black Pearl. When you do, all I see is Pearl, my destiny. Yes, she is a white pearl that turned into black pearl. Black Pearl is an angry badass with a grudge or something. I've played this game like 3 times. I'm still like, I don't know what's going on. Did I just go in a circle? Can I leave? Hold on. Okay, alright. Can you take me anywhere else? No, hold on. No, wait a sec. I need to run around for a minute. You better care. I gave you like $1,000 freaking dollars. Skank? No! Oh, there's a fish lady there. I didn't see her. Hold on. Yo. That's why you guys are so creepy. I didn't see her. Get away. Don't touch me. Get out of here. I hate scales. I hate fins. And I hate gills. Ah! I hate it all. Okay, that makes more sense. Alright, so now I'm just going to you know, cheat and look at this. Get out of here, you creepy fish person. Oh, this is... Oh, hold on. Oh. That looks... Oh, I can. Okay. Ooh. I don't think I went the right way. I went the right way! Oh, guides are so good. Black Pearl. I thought we were allies. What did you come here for? To take you to the underworld. The darkness is where you belong, locked away, unable to hurt another soul. Florina can recover. All it takes is 1,000 Jumi lives. You know how many Jumi lives Florina can save, don't you? Fool. This madness will never end. Can you not see? Once her powers are expended, you will hunt more Jumi in order to replenish your own strength. How long will you continue this? For as long as we Jumi cling to life. Do not mock me. It's over, Black Pearl. Perhaps the desert was too bright even for your black heart. Ugh. That girl will be here soon. Try to hang on. I do not need help. Time to fight this bastard again. Give me your toes. Stop moving them. I have a very tried and true method of I don't know what shit's gonna hit. You moved, you shithead! How rude. Okay, got him. Is this considered an ARPG? I don't think so. You'd have to Google it. Pearl. Are you alright? Oh, hello, Zul. Yes, I'm okay. What happened to Black Pearl? Why did she turn back into you? Hello, Zul. I'm alright. How about you? Me? What would be wrong with me? Well, something's not quite right. Let's go, Pearl. Alright, let's go. Am I gonna be stuck in the stream? Was that a butthole laser? It might have been. It looks like she fell asleep. At least the world of dreams is a bit safer now. Many think that dreams are make-believe worlds inside our own heads. But to dream is merely to view reality through a filter. Well, I'll be off. Sweet dreams, kiddo. I'll be back if you ever have any... I'll be back if you ever have a nightmare. I don't know why Sad Face was banned. Twitch is weird. But I like to give you mods something to do, so, you know, have fun permitting perfectly fine words. Yeah, but I know, I saw it was like, is this a permitted term? I'm like, butthole laser? Yeah, that's fine. And it was like, no, the sad face. I'm like, excuse me? What? Thanks for giving us the work to do. No problem. Thank you, mistress. I'm glad oh, good. I'm glad I can help you guys. Yes, be gay, do crime. Don't get caught, though. Okay, see, now look, I did it, right? I did the thing. So I could probably go to Geo and maybe they're there. I don't know. I'm on a time limit, guys. So now we go to the next quest. And you know how to start the quest? No, it's not in Geo. You gotta go to Domina. Of course. Obviously, duh. First I have to go home again and talk to my cactus. I missed one quest, so one quest is not gonna be recorded, but whatever. You're my Igors. You're my beautiful Igors. I ask you guys to do very little. Good game to teach kids to trial and error and how to learn. It's a good way to like just kind of make you figure it out on your own.
Dream or reality?
Again, I'm gonna remind you guys on the 5th, unless like everyone's just like, no, don't do it that day, but I did pick this day a while back. On the 5th, damn it, we'll be doing the Bob Ross paint along. So, just reminding you guys again. Good kids, quit. Kids quit. Quit. No quitting. No. That will be us just fumbling together trying to paint whatever Bob Ross thing we decided to do. Alright, Domina. See, like, there's no lag now on the Elgato. Strange. You like that emote? I made it. I mean, to be fair, I did rotoscope the OG emote it's based off of, but then the rest was a lot of actual work, so thank you. I didn't actually look to see where I'm supposed to go for this. Aha. Stealing from other people's art is what artists have been doing since the dawn of time. Yeah, but I mean, like, there's something a bit more substantial if I was like, yes, I drew this from scratch, I animated it with no help, no reference, nothing. This was just like, yeah, I what's the emote? Do I even have it in here or did I get rid of it? I think I got rid of it because I made my own. No, it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So I took this one, I threw it in Photoshop, and then I, there's another symbol bop. And then I basically, like, I copied the head movement, and, like, just the body space, and then the rest I drew myself. Obviously it's not the same, because I just wanted to do my own thing, but... That couple, Alazul and Pearl, I haven't seen them since... I wonder if... Yes. Not you as well. What's wrong with people? Ah, you're probably right. Oh, I remember now. I have a favor to ask you. I need you to go to Geo and find a vacant building there. There's a shop there that went bust a long time ago. They used to sell Jumi cores. Despicable business, if you ask me. Anyway, I want you to find that shop. Okay. Right, let's go. Here! This is the place. Mr. Nunuzak used to come here to buy Jumi cores. Makes me sick. This door is rusted shut. Can you open it for me? Oh. I mean... That's the spirit. Come on, just give it a try. I will open this invisible door. Oh, wow! It's open! Alright, time to investigate. What's this? Oh, it's abandoned. Okay. So it's a totally despicable business. Makes me sick to the core. Mind helping me find it? Yes, I will help you find it. Why would you want to buy a Jumi core other than they're pretty? They do... I don't know why you'd want to buy it. I don't know. This is Magic Town. Magic properties. Yeah, I can't steal any of this stuff, sadly. Wait. Hold on. No? Can I go back here? Hello? Hello? Can I leave? Ah! Magitech, it's been so long. What happened? A lot. We've been doing some investigating. To everyone else, this place looks abandoned. And nobody knows who Alex really is. Nobody. It's like time here is warped somehow. Something's wrong. I feel it in my core. Let's search the place for clues. Sussy. Okay, well, so... Somebody. I sense a powerful sparkle. It feels so familiar. But where is it coming from? She's a condom. My core. Pearl. What's the matter? Don't try to lessen my pain, Pearl. Are you the Clarius? The pillar of life that supports all Jumi? Yes, I am Florina, Clarius of the Jumi. Florina. Pearl, please. You mustn't try to protect me at the expense of your core. Extinguish your bright white heart. Hey, what are you doing to her? I'm going to return her to her original form. There's something I want to ask her. Don't worry, I can't hurt her. I can only give, only heal. Black core shining within, hear my call. Return to thy true form. What has become of the Mana Sword, the key to unbinding the Mana Stone? Is that what you gave Alazul? This? No. This belonged to an ancient tribe of nomads. They could see into the past and imbued the sword with visions of bygone ages. There's something I must ask you, Black Pearl. I have questions too. Wait your turn, Knight. Show some humility before a guardian. It's okay, Alazul. Perhaps we have the same question. I always wondered. When I found you out in the desert, you were as you are now, with that black core. but when I held you in my arms, your core turned to white. Near as in the Mekiv caverns, you change between black and white. If you are Black Pearl, then how did Pearl come into being? Who are you? Black Pearl, answer him, if you would. Tell us. I'm ready for the truth. As you wish. Oh. Black Pearl, you came. What do you hope to achieve taking Florina away? I wish to save her. If the war drags on, many Jumi will be hurt. Florina is too compassionate. She'll give up her life to shed tears. It is the duty of any guardian who sits on the throne of the Clarius to support the Jumi with their life. Only after a century of service can a sitting Clarius be relieved of their duty, and a new one chosen. Until then, they must persevere. Florina is going to die. No. She has changed since you joined the struggle. You will not find the Mana Stone in time. You're too late. It matters not. Florina should be returned to the city. You must not ignore the suffering of many for the sake of one. That is what Florina would wish for. No, Florina's wishes matter not. She is about to enter eternal slumber. Wait, what did you do? I trapped her inside Pandora's box. Trapped her? There was no other way. I see. Then we must speak to Diana. She will revoke the position of Clarius from Florina and elevate a guardian to be the new Clarius. Will you do the same to them too? I see no other way. I will talk to Florina, change her mind somehow. So please, let her go back to the others. She is the symbol of the Jumi. She is our only hope. I will return tomorrow. Why do you avert your eyes from the truth, Black Pearl? If our very survival comes at the cost of life, do we really deserve to live? I cannot betray my people. How could I expect a puppet to understand? A puppet? You lived for millennia, but you still can't see it. I heard from Florina that your core is black and gives off no light. You're nothing but a shell. The Knight of Clarius, the great Black Pearl, is just a stone puppet. I am no stone puppet. You're a puppet with no sparkle. Not just you, all Jumi. We've all lost our sparkle. We're all puppets. We've forgotten how to cry, how to even care for others. We are the ones who should die, not Florina. Alex. You're complicit in preserving the foolish Jumi line. I cannot let you live. Die! Alex, Jumi must not hurt one another. What's this? Are you a Jumi? Come on, stay with me. Where am I? What's a Jumi? Who are you? I don't remember anything. Who am I? You're Pearl. Don't worry. I am a knight and I will protect you. Pearl was born from your damaged core. Despite your wounds, you decided to shoulder my burden. As Pearl. I know now what must be done. Black Pearl, you must stop Alexandra, the one who betrayed all Jumi. Not stop her, Florina. Defeat her. She is our enemy. No, you mustn't. You mustn't hurt her. I will heal her troubled heart, so please. No. Black Pearl, please. You were my knight. Black Pearl. I have something to ask of you too, Alazul. No matter what happens, you must not interfere. Not interfere? But I am a knight. If Black Pearl loses, the Jumi will be doomed. But you're not bound by the old ways. You have never taken a life. I have another purpose in mind for you. Don't tell me what to do. I am Pearl's knight. It is my duty to protect Pearl and Black Pearl alike. It's time. Here, take this. Oh. We'll all die. Everyone. Stop. Nagitek, protect Alazul at all costs. Nobody tells me what to do. I am stronger than you know. Pearl is my guardian. A new age, a new beginning. The future is yours. Black Pearl. Everything that is mine and Pearl's, I entrust to you. Oh. Are you alright, Pearl? I just remembered, Alazul. You gave me my name. I searched for one for so long. Don't worry. Black Pearl is me, and I am Black Pearl. But you're still my knight. I'll protect you. And Black Pearl. Thanks. Pearl, I don't want you to go. I can fight. Black Pearl's strength will be needed too. Let's go to Florina together. No, not together. It's too risky. I won't let you go, even if it means shutting you in Pandora's box. Then again, I always want things my own way. Magitek, could you make this decision? You know us as well as anyone. We trust you. Take one of us to the place the staff shows. What? Oh no, I don't know. Jesus Christ, there's so much talking in this game. Your 10-part lore series for one cutscene. Hold on a second. I might, you know. What I do? Who do I pick? Who? I just pick one? Does it matter? Hold on. Legend of Mana. Who pick? Alazul or Pearl? I don't think it matters. You can just pick who you want. Okay. Who? Yes, that's how I Google stuff. Alright, I get to pick who goes with me. I'm picking Pearl. I'm sure I can be of help. Let's go. Let's go to the Bejeweled City and see the Clarius Florina. Okay, bye-bye. Sorry, Alazul. Now we conclude the Jumi storyline. Let me save here. Yes, we're saving the Jumi. I still have no idea what's going on. I don't know. Shit. They gotta cry and then like someone's in a box and like shit. I'm bad at reading, so I didn't actually take in a single thing I said for these characters at all. 'Cause my brain's like, please read everything properly, dumbass. And I'm like, yes, I will try very hard. They have the MC just kind of like, what? 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 No, don't leave! I'm sorry, I wanted to talk to my cactus! Oh god. Oh god, I gotta find her again. Wait, no, I can just go back to the chest with the box. Okay, hold on. Do I have any... No, okay. Alright, sorry. My bad. I just wanted to make sure. Well, hold up. I mean, if anyone knows the Jumi storyline, feel free to, you know, tell us what's going on. I have no problem. Yeah, no, the characters don't react much. Alright, let's not... Goddamn city. Kid! Alright. An excruciating detail. Oh. Take care, Magitech. Once inside the Bejeweled City, you can't leave. Alright, Pro. No, sorry. Yes, we're going to save the Jumi that cries and heals people at the expense of her own life. Because that's what she wants? Okay. That's okay. Most of me playing this game is just running around and doing quests and just being like, yeah, sure, whatever, you know. Jumi staff. X. Oh, darkness. Gold. Yeah, sure, we'll put it over here. Whatever. Okay. To the Bejeweled City, I guess. The Bejeweled City. And a tansel. A tansel? And tansel. In the old tongue. The glowing corridor. To be a kaiju? I don't know if I ever pretended to be a kaiju. Yeah, this little dude. Oink. Bowl. I wasn't born in the 90s though, so I got a ruby. I'm assuming I probably have to collect gems for some silly reason. Excuse me. Oh, magical meat. I didn't know it. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I definitely look like I'm barely 21. Mm-hmm. Got an emerald. I wish. Alright, wait, put the... No? You have to place the jewels on the pedestals or it won't open. Hmm? There's something here. Oh. Here we go. Oh. Look out there. I want this music to play like when I come into a building and I'm just ready to like get shit done. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong character. Bubba, you make things difficult. Not even like battle or like I'm angry. It's like, oh, I'm here to clean. Like, I go to the kitchen and I'm like, all right, it's time to get shit clean. And it just starts playing. I'm like, yeah, scrubbing. I think that would be nice. Strange, but nice. Okay. I mean, I knew I had to do this. Thank you, game. Hold on. Add it to my playlist. I think... Well, that's like my Winamp playlist, which I can only play on my computer. Okay, there are more gems and stuff. Alright, we'll go back up and... Excuse me, sir, I want this. Gimme. No, I do not think Winamp is on mobile. Winamp is not a... Winamp's an old baby. Topaz. The first cat I ever had was named Topaz. He was an orange kitty. Alright, let's see what's in here. Yep. He was an orange tabby, and yeah, okay, I'm going back down real quick. Make sure I get all the stuff. He was a orange tabby. I got him when I was 5. He was a stray, and he was just the most, you know, like those chill cats who are just like, yep, I'm a cat. Things are nice. That was him. Like, nothing bothered him. He was super, like, sweet. Unless it was other cats, and therefore he immediately turned into like a murder machine. Unless the cats like respected his authority, meanness, and if they did, then it didn't matter. Alright, I assume it's probably all of them. He would purr super loud. Ah, I love Topaz, he was a sweetie. Okay. Alright. I'll go back in a big circle. Now I'll go up the stairs. For cat, yeah, like, I don't like using the term alpha because then you get like all the alpha bros and all that bullshit. But like, yes, he basically had to be the alpha cat in the area. Like, he had to be the top dog, or he, you know, he would fight. I don't have to be the alpha. I'm indifferent to alpha-ness. I don't care. Just like if you think you're gonna pick a fight with me, don't do it. Just don't do it. It's not good. Let's get all the rest of these gems. Maybe I just need to get like 2 and then I have to guess, and I guessed correctly. That might be it. Oh. Do little shit, yep. Aquamarine? What is everyone's favorite 2 gemstones? And why? So your essay question for the night, I would like to know. Who's talking? How is Florina doing, Rubens? She seems so tired. More importantly, Diana, what about Florina's new knight? No need to worry. Think of Alexandra as a substitute for Black Pearl. Diana. What's the matter? Florina's not in her chamber. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, you like the blue topaz? Obviously, topaz comes... If you heat treat it, it turns blue. Otherwise, it's like a orangey yellow stone. Ah. Anything over here? Something's coming! Moonstone and quartz for you? Here we go. Oh yeah? Haha. Stop moving. Rude. Damn it. Oh, you're doing a thing. I thought you died. There. You get away from my XP crystals. Texas Blue Topaz is the official gemstone of Texas. Ah! What was the gemstone of Connecticut? I think it was something dumb. Well, okay, hold on. Bubba is there for moral support, alright? Just because you're not good at literally anything and you're level 5, alright? Does not mean you can't hang out with me. Oh, he's level 7, alright? He's level 7, his name's Bubba, and he can hang out with me as much as he wants. He just has to accept the fact that he'll probably die a whole bunch. And that's okay. Garnet? Garnet is Connecticut? Alright. Well, Garnet is also for Capricorns? January? Not Capricorns. It's for January. That's probably why I thought it was stupid. Amethyst. Oh yeah, one up. Sorry. Okay, I checked it all out. It doesn't have one. No, I think it's Garnet. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Let me in? Oh. Oh, do I? Well, how am I supposed to know what gem configuration I'm supposed to do? Oh, hey, there's one right here too. Let me in. What? What? I'm gonna... Where's the... Thank you. Discard these settings and return... No. There you go. Okay. 1. No, stop that. No, 2. I have the patience. I don't have the patience. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to hear 3 tones. You stupid shit face. Fine, I'll just keep... My little guy doesn't tell me. Doesn't tell me what I'm supposed to... How's this? Stop it. How about this? Oh, my light's turn. Oh shit, it's 9. Who doesn't have the patience for this? Me! How many crack colored it? Did I not get all the colors? I have 2 good colors. Alright. So... But I don't... Oh, maybe I need more colors. I hate this. I hate this so much. Just tell me the answer. What's going on? I have everything big. Harsh. March, thank you for gifting a sub to Celestial Knight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you. You're gonna have to deal with me looking at how to do this for a minute, so just enjoy the music. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Ah. Is this an actual, like... Oh, that's cool. Emerald, a ruby, a topaz, a sapphire. Yeah, I fought that. Cool. Fought that. Yep, yep. I know the trick. It's to find the right combination. Oh my god, there's so many pictures. Jesus. Oh, I don't... Okay, hold on. That's stupid. I mean, thank you. What kind of combat marshmallow is Marsh? Very fearsome one. Oh, Alright, let me check something. I was trying to think what my 2 favorite gemstones were, and I don't think I have favorites. I'm really just like, ooh, shiny! I'm a raccoon. Legitimately. Like, that's it. I'll just be like, oh, that's pretty, me like. Shiny, shiny, sparkle. Can I take these back? Alright, excuse me while I make sure I got all the gems I'm supposed to get. You're a martial artist, Marshmallow? Okay. I think I'm like one of those contrary people where like the thing I am least impressed with are like diamonds. They're pretty, but I don't see the hubbub about them. No. You won't let me do it if I... You specialize in dance battles? Alright, what am I missing? What? I'm not missing gems? Am I not? I want to make sure. Let me go run down there again. Give me something sexy like this. State gemstone for Texas. Blue topaz is okay. I'm gonna make sure I didn't miss all the gems here. I got 3, right? Oh, you shithead! Stop it, I'm trying to... Damn you. Basically, I see like pretty jewelry on Instagram. I'm like, that's pretty, what is that? And it's like, oh, that's fluorite. Oh, that's moonstone. Oh, that's so-and-so. And I'm like, cool. God, I can't believe it. Okay. Maybe that's all I needed. You need green? How's green? Yes? What? This is it. This is the rest of the stream. Enjoy. I'm never ever gonna make it through here. Maybe if I... Does it order... Oh, stop it. It's not the triangle. Whenever I put the pyramid, it stops. doing beepies. It's 2 beepies. See, if I do this, it does 1 beepy. So that means good, yes? Yeah? Yeah, beep beep. Alright, then if I change this, it's still beep beep. So I'm assuming these 2 would be good, right? Because then you gotta just find the right one on this one. But obviously not. Why do you hurt me? Why? Now I gotta make sure I got all the stupid gems. Let me go downstairs again, see if I missed any more gems. I have a vague memory of this too. Thank you for following Jimmy Spark. Welcome. Like, is the code random? I swear I went into the rooms and got the gems. They just respawn? You came at the right time, kind of. I am having troubles with the door, so I need to make sure I got all the gems, because I didn't think I did. Oh shit! Thank you for gifting a sub to Juvie Spark. Welcome, enjoy your emotes! Excuse me. Thank you, thank you, thank you! At least the music's relaxing. Alright, I did get that one. Yes, we're snacking on chocolate bars while we murder people. So chocolate and candy, well, candy heals you. I think chocolate heals you too. Alright, I've gotten all the freaking gemstones, I swear to God. Okay. Okay, so they get replaced. So you gotta go back and get them. Ruby? Please work. Now, do I have to get... No, you know what? I'm not gonna worry about it yet. Well, no, now I'm here. I'm curious. I'm gonna look. Okay, didn't respawn. I'm gonna go up the stairs, get the gems, go back down the stairs, get the gems. Is this a hey chat moment? No. No, I'm doing alright. Just yelling. I don't think I've ever made a golem. No, I did. I made a golem once in one of my playthroughs. Long time ago. It's a diamond. Okay. Ah! Oh yeah. More? Here we go. Oh. No, he's blinking. I'm blinking. We're all blinking. Sorry, Bubba. Bro, what are you doing? Do something. Don't you touch it. Okay. Maybe I'll get lucky and I just poop them all here right now. I don't even need to switch them up. Like that. Perfect? How's that? 2. Oh, okay. I get more then. Without Florina's tears, the city cannot hope to survive. She must be brought back. We'll bring her back. I cannot allow it. You 3 are sisters yet to be knighted. That much is true, but... I'll ask Lady Blackpearl. Lady Blackpearl has been expelled from the city. Officially, yes. Lady Blackpearl is looking for the Mana Stone on Florina's orders. We weren't aware. Where is she now? Probably Lyra's? She said there was a powerful sword there. I'll go to the tower. You take care of Diana. Yes, sir. Going somewhere? Are you going off outside? We're not going on vacation. Oh? Are you headed to Geo by any chance? That place scares me. They have a shop that sells Jumi cores. But the Magic Academy's there too, right? I really want to learn magic. Sure. Farewell, Rubens. We'll set off now. If to sneeze. Why do you want to learn magic, Esmeralda? I'm a guardian, but I can't cry. That's why I want to be a knight, like Lady Blackpearl. I see. You're a good girl, Esmeralda. So Esmeralda was kept in the dark. What happened here? Oh. Can I, Hi, Normal, how you doing? So, you've been lurking since I'm almost done? Yes, it's gonna be Hollow Knight. Sorry, I gotta sneeze. I gotta finish up Hollow Knight. Which is going to be a pain in the ass because taking like a month or 2 break from a game that requires you to remember the mechanics and timing makes it a little rough. But that's okay. Okay. Oh, my nose is itchy. Wait, is that it? There's just that? This, and then the memory, and then I have to go back down and get the rest of the stuff. Okay. Yes, so this won't be 9 months. Hopefully. Okay. So we go down here to get more gems? Question mark? Shit, I don't know. Yes. Wink. Okay. But yeah. So next week I might do like say Hollow Knight on Tuesday, and then we'll do the art Bob Rossing on Wednesday. Maybe I'll do art on Tuesday. I don't know. We'll figure it out. And then we'll just do some Hollow Knight until I finish that, and then we'll figure it out from there. Is that all the buildings? Hold on, I'm going in circles. I'm just making sure. Okay. I'll go down and get the last one. The more art, the better. I know you guys like art streams. I never get anything done though. So it's hard to do like legit art on art streams. I kind of have to like save certain stuff for streaming, if that makes sense. But I have a lot of stuff I can actually stream, so art-wise. Okay. Will you hit these guys? Eyeball. Come here. Thank you. Yes. Well, I also feel bad if I stream and I ignore you guys. But it doesn't mean that I can't do certain things on stream. Like, I can't just concentrate. Like, I could never really sculpt a face on stream, like the beginning of a face, because I really, really zone out when I do that. And I can't do that on stream. Okay, I think I got the gems. Let's go make sure. Am I murdering people for chocolate? Not on purpose. Aha. Alright. Woo. You zone out on stream all the time while you're streaming or while like any other people are streaming? Not gonna lie, you used to think the chocolate image was a mouse trap years ago, did you? Well, I gotta pay attention to that next time I see it. Do you guys know if, like, the chocolate heals you, right? And so does the candy. I don't know what the difference is, though, besides chocolate being yummy. You zone out on stream, yes. Okay. Well, that's fine. I don't know. I'm here to be here with people. I feel bad if I'm just like off in the zoned out zone land. Just the amount it heals? Oh. I thought candy healed everything, and so therefore I thought chocolate did the same. It's chocolate. Alright. Yeah, isn't it nice? The OST is either really chill or like way too hype. Alright, 2-2. 2-2-2? Wait, what? Maybe you? Well, yeah, this song is. Oh. Oh, I forgot what it. Oh, yeah, okay, door, stop it. I solved this by pressing buttons until it worked. Like a genius. God, this gemstone puzzle. Well, once you realize you have to go down and collect more gemstones, it suddenly was like, oh, okay, then I can just mash buttons until it works. Cool, thank you, game. Yeah, imagine doing this puzzle and you try to go home. No, thank you. This is where Florina resides. Please help. Our sparkle will go out. Florina. So you finally showed up. Alexandra. So, shall we both return to our true forms? I am shocked. Now you've come to smash your core. I'm afraid that won't be happening. Master. I've seen you before. Who are you? I am the Lord of Jewels. Why do you glow from within? No, it cannot be. Oh, it can. He has the power of a black hole. Everything he swallows fuses within him. You swallowed the Jumi cores? Inside me, everything becomes one. I will retrieve your cores. together with the light of the stars in space. My master has already swallowed 998 cores. It will take 1,000 cores to save Florina. So the 999th core is... a lapis lazuli. No! Oh no. Do not be saddened, for all Jumi will become one. How dare you? That was my knight. That was Alazul. Oh shit. Oh, he died. That's... crap. There's no coming back from a black hole. Ooh. Come here. I don't know what you are. You're pretty, but I have to absolutely destroy you. They win? I win. I only need a little more strength. Master, take my core. Jesus. Alex. Master, just promise me that you'll win. And shed tears for Florina. Oh, we got... Excuse me, I gotta turn that up. We got some organ music up in here. You know it's serious when they bust out the church organs. Oh, am I... I apologize. Oh, that just killed him right there. Okay. Oh. Let me turn it down again. Stop, Magitech. You'll turn to stone if you shed tears for the Jumi. Oh. Ah! A teardrop crystal is made when our concern for others transcends societal boundaries. Everyone's here! We're alive? Pearl. Azul. Magitech. Everyone, listen. Could you all give me a little of your life? You're going to give Magitech a teardrop crystal? I think I can cry. Florina. Everyone, we must all join our souls as one and make another teardrop crystal. It's got a little like whole Sailor Moon, you know, pray for your friends, give them your strength kind of thing. This is the part where Mewtwo comes back. What? Where is this in my house? What a terrible storm. It's like the sky might fall down any second. They say that when a Jumi cries, the sky cries too. Perhaps the Pearl Girl is crying. Stop yawning, you're gonna make me yawn. Oh, yeah. Maybe it's the Lapis Lazuli guy. Magitech's late. Yeah. Got a Genki Dama coming on, yo. All this trouble, my character gets turned to stone. Because she has feelings, after all. Oh. Hey Lisa, look outside. Wow. Oh, pretty. Damn. Shit, that's pretty. It's the only thing my character says. I'm back! I gotta take my screen. Oh, I was too slow. Teardrop crystal. Oh, that was a good storyline. Broken! Oh! Oh my god. No, game, what? Oh, I'm gonna die. OJ, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Limerick Sad, BB Austin, Snake, Uma Quail? Heriko Tapu, enjoy your emotes. Oh. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, hold up. Oh no. Why? What? No, we're not gonna do the... Oh my god. Alright, so... Oh no. Oh. 23:31. They're so powerful, it broke my game. I don't care about the screenshot that much. I was just like, wow, so pretty. Oh, thank you. I'll take it now. Oh. Well, don't cry. I'm back and I'm stuck in a time loop apparently. Oh my god. I'm back! Yay! Pretty. Get a little There you go. Okay. Oh. Now that was mean. Oh my god. Tell my cactus stuff.
I'm gonna cry.
Okay, it's Jesus 39:30. I have to do the mana tree. I can also, I think, let me check something so I'll know. Did that. Okay. Oh, hey, that's really helpful. Thank you, random person. Okay, I'll save that for later then. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna call it a night now. I just saved, right? Yes, I just did. I basically need to put down the mana tree. I think I might be able to do the fairy quest line, which is not much left. So we'll do that either Tuesday or Thursday. And then we'll continue on Hollow Knight. There we go. I also need to charge my controller. Oh my gosh. Jesus. Who knew playing video games for almost 6 hours would be so exhausting? That was an adventure. Enjoy the ridiculousness. That is Legend of Mana. Alright, so I'll see how I feel on Tuesday. It'll either be gaming and art, depending on how I feel, obviously. What's going on in Discord? Okay, I'll check that out later then. Let's figure this out. Thank you everybody for hanging out while I run around like a crazy person, scream about stuff, doing absolutely atrocious voice acting. But I can't voice act if I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I don't know. Black holes and gems and freaking... she's a thief and she's also a Jumi and... yeah. Sounds like a normal gaming stream. Yes. Anyway, thank you very much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. So like I said, Tuesday or Thursday, we'll just run around in more Legend of Mana. Basically, I can beat the game now, but if I can figure out like the last few fairy quests, we can do that too, and then we can beat the game, and then we'll do Hollow Knight. And then Wednesday is the Bob Ross paint along. So basically, it will be here. Let me show you the scene. Okay, so we'll have the art scene. So I'll have me here. I'll have the painting where like those pictures are rotating. I'll put this cam and I'll just make it small and I'll just have the painting down there, and then the big screen will be Bob Ross so we can all literally paint along with him. There'll probably be a bunch of pausing so we can all catch up and figure out what we're doing. And I've never done this kind of stream before, so we'll have to figure it out as we go. But it should be, I'm assuming, chill and fun and silly. So bring whatever you want to paint with, whatever materials. You know, you don't have to use paint. You can do digital. You can freaking use crayons. I don't care. Just have fun and come hang out. That was the goal we all, I set for all of us, and you all, you know, donated your points too. So I kind of wanted to be nice. Expect it to be a hot mess, essentially, but like a fun one, I hope. That's what I'm going for. So if you're all okay with that, that's the 5th, and I'll be on at 4. So it's also my mom's birthday that day, so yes, definitely could post your stuffs in the art channel. I can make a temporary channel if enough people show up, and we can just kind of have like a Bob Ross, you know, channel thread. But yeah, so, but just go in there having fun. No like weird competitive, like my painting's the best, because no one's painting is going to be the best. It's just going to be a lot of happy accidents, and that's what we're going for. I'm trying to see if there's anyone to raid, and I don't really see anyone on my list that I'm just like, oh, you know what? We can make a mini thing? What do you mean a mini thing? Like, if you make a thread in a channel, the thread goes away, and I kind of want you guys to, like, I think it'd be nice to keep the pictures, you know? This happy accents is a good way to describe Bob Ross. I'm gonna drop you off on a gimmick. Just gotta let the ad play. She's playing Animal Crossing. Also, I'm assuming equally chill, so. Threads are always available to reopen? I thought they just delete stuff. If they don't delete stuff, we can absolutely like have, like, if you can archive it, then yeah, that'd be perfect. I'll, let me write it down. Look up threads stuff. No, I believe you. I never looked it up. Like, we had the, sorry guys, we're gonna have to do this for a second. Well, it was like, there was a thread in memes at one point? Like, where do you find them? How do you do that? There's your Wombo Art Dream one. How did you do that? Wait, what? How do you unarchive it? Where did you find it? How did you do this? That makes... Hold up. Oh. Oh. Hey, I found it. I had to press 2 buttons. Never mind. Okay, that's cool. That's perfect. Yeah. So we can do that in the art channel. We can make a thread. Alright, problem solved. You learn something new every day. Alright, let me do this real quick. Here's my socials. It's got like my art, my store, my Discord, the Twitters, all the stuff. It's basically got it all if you're interested. If you're new and you haven't followed, please feel free to follow so you know when I'm streaming. My schedule is always a little iffy, so you really do want to follow so like you'll see me live on the side. It's a legit thing. And I think that's everything. I'm not gonna be streaming until Tuesday. Like I said, I haven't decided what I'm gonna do. It really will be just what I feel like. I'm sorry. It might be art, it might be Legend of Mana. So, unless you guys have like really strong opinions, and then I might listen. I might ignore you too, but you know, I still want to hear your opinions, even if I ignore them. At least now I know I'm doing something against the grain. Anyway, I hope you all have a very happy New Year's. New Year's Eve tomorrow. I know whatever. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do. For everyone who's across the sea, happy New Year's Eve. Okay. Yes, thank you. You guys are very helpful. I hope you have a wonderful New Year's Eve and New Year's. If you have fun, make sure you have responsible fun. You know, don't get hurt. And if you stay in like me, I hope it's super comfy and cozy and wonderful. Oh, I want to say thank you to Udi for sending me a giant wearable blanket, essentially. That shit was so soft and so warm and absolutely ridiculous. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Well worth it. And that's it. That's all my mumbles. Questions, comments, concerns? Okay, great. Anyway, I love you guys. I hope you have a very good weekend. I will see you, what do you mean 1 sec? I'm saying goodbye. What you want?
Happy New Year's everyone, and see you all next
Odie,
year.
thank you so much. I was about to say thank you everybody for being so incredibly generous tonight. I just like I try not to say this, but I really don't feel like I deserve it, which makes it even more special. So really thank you so much. I'm gonna start crying and get teary-eyed because it's so nice. I just like love you guys. Thank you so much. I hope you have a very good New Year's and you have a good weekend. And I'll see you later, okay? Bye.